Good afternoon, everybody. If you could keep it down to a mild roar, we can get started. That's pretty good. All right, good afternoon. It's Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, and we are at Carmel-by-the-Sea City Hall, and I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council to order at 4:30. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Booter?
Here.
Councilmember Barron?
Go ahead.
Here.
Councilmember Drammel? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Here.
Mayor Byrne?
Here.
All are present.
Thank you. Brandon, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Hand over heart, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll begin this evening with our extraordinary business section, and we have a pretty long one tonight, so we'll try to move through it as quickly as we can. We're going to recognize and hear from important members of our community. The first item is Carmel High School report out. Do we have someone here?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right. Hello, everyone. This is Drew Galley from Carmel High School, and here's my monthly CHS update. Clicker of a duh. So the first week of March, we had a College and Career Center resume building workshop, which helps students as summer approaches build their resumes so that they can get summer jobs, which reminds me. Model UN traveled to Berkeley for their yearly competition. Don't really know how they did, but they always are swell. Junior bonding happened the week of March 9th, which was a movie night while eating some Chipotle. I'm jealous. March 16th was Battle of the Grades. So for those of you who don't know, we hold a rally, and that whole week we are putting on events and competitions between the grades so that the winning class can get ice cream, which happened to be the seniors this year. And then also that week, mock trial had state championships where they placed 6th, which is awesome. The next week we had junior SAT testing. Don't miss that. We had the Red Cross Club's blood drive to help those who need it. The CHS Musical Fame opened on Thursday night, and we had a lot of support, so we thank those in our community who came out and supported. And then ASB officer elections, so I will be out soon. I'm being usurped. And then coming up, we have English benchmark testing, CASP, which is the junior state testing. We have spring break this next week. We have a desert trip to Joshua Tree Park for some juniors and seniors, and a conference for the California Association of Student Leaders, which myself and a few others in our leadership class will take to Ontario, California. And that rounds up everything that has happened in this month. So thank you so much, and
Thank you
have
very
a good
much.
rest of your
Busy
afternoon.
month. Okay, so next we have a proclamation recognizing American Red Cross Month. Would the Red Cross representative please come up? Did they get here? I talked to them a week ago. Here she is. Why don't you come up and say a few words, and then I'll read the proclamation to you right after.
That's great.
Okay? Welcome.
And I just thank everybody for showing up to hearing about the Red Cross today.
It's all for you.
Yes, so thank you, Mayor Byrne, and members of the City Council. My name is John Cromwell. I'm Vice Chair of the Central Coast Chapter of the Red Cross. I'm joined by my fellow board member and fellow Carmel resident, Patty Montmorency. And it's a great honor to accept this proclamation that you're going to be reading in a bit. It's actually recognizing March as Red Cross Month. So we're just going to be taking a slight step back in time, pretending that we're still in March. But anyway, our mission wouldn't be possible without the community heroes, our Red Cross volunteers, generous financial and blood donors, community partners, and people trained in vital health and safety skills. During our annual Red Cross Month celebration each March, we honor the commitment to support individuals and families in need, and on someone's darkest day, be that beacon of hope. When help can't wait during emergencies, American Red Cross volunteers and blood donors step up to ensure people in need receive relief and care. Every 8 minutes, Red Cross volunteers respond to a disaster in the U.S. Their support is essential as large disasters like hurricanes, floods, and wildfires grow in frequency and intensity, and home fires continue to upend lives every day. We help countless individuals and families during their darkest hours, regardless of race, religion, or citizenship. Our work is critical to the volunteer support we receive, and we are always looking to add additional volunteers to our team. So just last month, we responded with 20 volunteers to a significant disaster right here in our backyard with a large multi-unit apartment fire in Monterey, occurring just before 4 in the morning. Tragically, the fire resulted in 1 death, 8 injuries, and 90 displaced residents. We continue to work with county and other area nonprofit partner organizations, helping those displaced in providing support services as they rebuild their lives. This reinforces the importance of our Sound the Alarm program, where we link up with communities across the country to install smoke alarms in residential units, given how effective they have proven to be to prevent deaths and injuries. Here in Carmel, our disaster services group has been working with Chief Todd Traer of Carmel-by-the-Sea Police Department on the community evacuation drill to be held on the morning of May 30th. This effort is intended to strengthen our collective preparedness, coordination, and communication in the event of a real emergency affecting our community. We will be staffing the temporary shelter and be providing snacks, beverages, and guidance on emergency preparedness. In addition, Patty and other volunteers will be conducting hands-only CPR training for community participants. To recap our core lines of services, which you see up here, blood services. Every 2 seconds, someone in the U.S. needs blood. We ask that you help support this effort by donating blood. Appointments are easy to book online. Disaster response and volunteer positions. We are a community. We help one another. It is mutually rewarding network composed of over 600,000 volunteers across the country. We have plenty of ways to engage you in our services and all the training to make you comfortable in your role. Training services. Always core to the Red Cross is our mission to spread knowledge and educate as many members of the community in life-saving procedures. These include CPR, AED, first aid, swimming, water safety, and many other skills. Service to the armed forces. This obviously was one of our core initiatives at the founding of the Red Cross, where we support military families around the globe. And finally, international services. Our efforts extend across the globe through the world's largest humanitarian network. On behalf of the American Red Cross, we thank you for this proclamation, but most of all, we'd also like to thank you and many of your city staff members who have worked closely with the American Red Cross over the years to be a better prepared city for all types of emergencies or future disasters in our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If you could stay up here, I'm going to read the proclamation, and we'll get a picture.
Great.
All right, so this is a proclamation of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea to the American Red Cross Month, 2026. Whereas during American Red Cross Month, we celebrate by honoring our neighbors who make its humanitarian mission possible in Carmel-by-the-Sea, and whereas every day their acts of kindness change lives, bringing relief, comfort, and hope when we can't wait, and whereas this compassionate spirit runs deep in our community just as it has for 145 years through the American Red Cross, and whereas the contributions of local Red Cross volunteers, 181 in this county, give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours, and whereas last year in Monterey County, volunteers helped 49 families affected by 30 home fires by addressing their urgent needs like food and lodging, as well as providing recovery support. And whereas in addition, they installed 682 smoke alarms, collected 2,141 blood donations, provided first aid and CPR training to 2,423 residents, and assisted 112 families of our armed forces. And whereas these collective efforts are a powerful reminder that the strength of our community lies in our shared commitment to one another. And whereas we mark Red Cross Month, let's celebrate our local heroes and resolve to continue lifting each other up so no one faces an emergency alone. Now therefore be it proclaimed that I, McDale Byrne, Mayor of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea, on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of Carmel, hereby proclaim March 2026, fast forwarded to April, as Red Cross Month. I encourage all Americans to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. And I'm going to come down. That's great. Congratulations. There you go. All right, next I'm going to turn to Councilperson Barron, who's a passionate board member of Community Human Services, a wonderful organization, and I'm looking forward to hearing their presentation. Jeff, you want to take it over?
Thank you, Dale. Yeah, passionate, I'm sure that's a word that's often used to describe me. It's my pleasure tonight to introduce Sean Stone, the new CEO of Community Human Services. Sean, Sean, who's been with CHS for 10 years, worked his way up from the front line to the COO and was promoted by the board last month to the CEO position. Community Human Services is a JPA, so it's an organization that is comprised of a number of municipalities, so all of the peninsula cities, all of the peninsula school districts, as well as Salinas, and a couple of the Salinas school districts have seats on the board, and we all contribute seed money to the funding of Community Human Services. They provide mental health services, substance abuse services, and we're going to hear tonight about a couple of the homeless facilities that they fund. Community Human Services believes that early quality help leads to better outcomes in our community, and I'm a very passionate, very proud board member. So, Sean?
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, City Council members, thank you for having me here tonight. I wish I was here to present on our agency and all of the great services that we do, but tonight I will be presenting on some funding shortfalls and program impacts that we're facing with two of our homeless shelters in the county. Oh, thank you. So we operate two homeless shelters specifically for women and families with children. One is located in Seaside, pictured here. The other is called Schumann Heart House. It's located in Monterey. So each of these programs are a 35-bed emergency shelter. But even though it's an emergency shelter, we provide an array of services: comprehensive case management, full meals, supportive services, connections to mental health services, substance use services, and other basic needs. So the annual number served at each site is around 80 people, and this includes both the women and the family members. And these services, the purpose is to stabilize these individuals and families, identify what led them to becoming homeless or requiring services such as ours to essentially become independent and housed and stable. So these shelters came to be through a large community effort. So Costa de Noche Buena, we applied for and received $1.3 million worth of HEAP funding, government grants, and raised an additional $400,000 from the community. We renovated a county-owned building located in Seaside and opened during COVID. Schumann Heart House was opened primarily through private philanthropy funding, but the operating costs are primarily subsidized through government grants. So these programs cost just over $1 million a year to run. We established a special purpose fund for community fundraising. This was done through the Community Foundation. and that's specifically for Casa de Noche Buena. And roughly 70 to 80% of the operating costs are through government grants. As I mentioned, they're about $1 million a year to operate each program. In these upcoming years, in fiscal year 26-27, we're anticipating between the two, just under $1 million in a deficit. In 27-28, about 1.5, 28-29, 1.6, and in 29-30, 1.8. So the key drivers of this gap is reduced government funds for these type of services. We've utilized local City of Monterey PHLA funding, all HAP funds. There's HAP multiple rounds. HAP 5 will be fully expended. In 26-27, the Special Purpose Fund, when fully utilized, we have about $345,000. That will be fully depleted in this upcoming year. So without new funding streams and the reduction of these grants, it's the beginning of a structural deficit, and in this field, it's being referred to as a fiscal cliff. So what's unique about these programs, and the same thing goes for services that we operate in Salinas, the services that we operate in Monterey, is that there's a lot of overlap, a lot of services that are where we have basically a contributing a safety net of services that, although it's operated and offered in Monterey, there's a lot of people who seek our services from all over the county. So, you know, these services do contribute to a well-functioning community, support workforce stability. For context, in just our homeless service programs, just over 1% of our clients are Carmel residents, but most are coming from neighboring communities. So to provide some context in our outcomes, the most comparable statistic for crisis response exits, the statewide benchmark is 23% of clients exit to permanent housing. Both Casa de Noche Buena and Schumann Hart House have over a 50% exit to permanent housing, which is exceptional. And additionally, we have another 17 and 24% exiting to temporary housing. So these programs are pretty remarkable, not only for our area, but compared to the entire state. So with these reduced funds, we have to make some tough decisions. Our objective is to continue the services that result in the positive outcomes that basically the purpose of these programs were made, was to get people housed and to stay housed versus having an emergency, place to sleep one night. So we want to avoid service reductions or shelter closure. We want to do what we can to, if there needs to be reductions, have them be phased while we are pursuing other funding. And, you know, the options that we're facing are reduction of capacity, reduction of services, meals, the case management, which is a driving force of the positive outcomes, and obviously partial or full closure. So any reduction of these services significantly weakens the outcomes and increases long-term system costs like emergency room visits, crisis interventions. So all of that being said, we are reaching out to JPA members, cities, and trying to spread the word about what is at stake for our community if these services were to reduce or close. We're looking for ways to partner, identify stabilization or bridge funding, and essentially just a commitment to preserving the services that foster these positive outcomes. So having the opportunity just to speak to you all tonight accomplishes at least one of those. So thank you all for allowing me to be here.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council members or?
How can people help? We've got a lot of people here tonight, and they know a lot of people, and
Yes.
a lot of them like to support good efforts like yours.
reach out, take a look at our website. There are ways to donate, there are ways to become involved. So, yeah, that would be great.
Just the people in this room could make a difference.
It'd be amazing.
So please help. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Okay, next. This is a recognition of the Clean California designation awarded to Carmel-by-the-Sea. That's us. Ken, is Ken Wasaki here? Why don't you fight your way up here? I'd like you to kick this off if you could. Just come up and introduce yourself. And you're famous. You got a lot of people here.
I'm a famous person.
Yeah, just introduce Mark.
Hey, everybody. My name is Ken Wysocki. I'm the Public Works Director. Been here now just about a year and trying to do the best we can to make this community beautiful, green, and safe.
And who do we have here?
Oh, Carmel Cares. Come on up.
All right. Nancy. Oh, okay.
Well, we just want you guys to see this really big sign we got. Hold it up. You just leave it. You just leave it there.
Yeah, I'm dismissed.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to say thank you to the mayor, to the city council, to the city officials, and to the members of the public. Thanks for being here. My name is Margaret Byrne, and I'm the executive director and a founding board member of Carmel Cares. A few years ago, Caltrans launched the Clean California Community Initiative. Cities were invited to take part in local improvement and community engagement efforts to earn statewide recognition, and with that, a very large sign. I'm proud to say that Carmel-by-the-Sea was one of the first cities in the state to both sign the pledge and achieve this designation. This recognition reflects the incredible work of our volunteer groups, along with the strong partnership we have with our public works teams. What makes this especially meaningful is that it represents who we are as a community. The leaders and residents of Carmel share a deep sense of pride and a collective vision to be cleaner, greener, and a more beautiful place to live. Our goal is to be a model of excellence, known for our commitment to cleanliness, environmental stewardship, and community engagement. The Clean California designation recognizes communities that truly live those values. This recognition is more than a sign, it's a commitment to continue showing up, working together, and taking care of the village we love. And yes, this sign is quite large, but more importantly, it serves as a visible reminder of what we can accomplish together. It will be proudly displayed in our Public Works facility as a symbol of that shared effort. Thank you, and thanks to our volunteers who helped to make this happen. We should all be very proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret, and thank you for all the work that all your volunteers and all the volunteer groups, not just Carmel Cares. It's a big team effort. I'm sure they're going to go out and have a picture on the stairs now. Ken, do you want to take the sign out there too? I don't think we need it anymore. Yeah, they'd probably like you in the picture too. Go out and get in the picture.
I'll get that.
Okay. All right. Next, we have public appearances. Nova, could you please read the public appearances notice?
Sure. Members of the public are entitled to speak on matters of municipal concern not on the agenda during public appearances. Each person's comments shall be limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise established by the mayor. While stating your name is optional, it helps to identify speakers in the meeting minutes. Under the Brown Act, public comment for matters on the agenda must relate to that agenda item, and public comments for matters not on the agenda must relate to the subject matter jurisdiction of this legislative body. Remote or in-person participants who do not comply with the requirements of the Brown Act will be muted.
Thank you. How many people plan on making a public comment so we can judge the time? All right. All right, you'll get 3 minutes, so, and if you can keep it as tight as you can, we've got a long agenda tonight, so we'd appreciate it, but you've got 3 minutes if you want it. Hello.
Hello, and thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your service and members of the council. My name is Vince Kohler. I'm a long-term resident here in Carmel, and I'm here today for the third time to talk to you about the city's opportunity and responsibility towards the neighbors of the pit. Third time is the charm, so I'm optimistic. I addressed you in November and in January. After the January meeting, the mayor asked me to meet with the city manager, and we did that, and with representatives of the CAA on February 27th. That was a very constructive meeting. We all felt optimistic, and Brendan indicated that he would confer with the city attorney and move forward with initiating the nuisance determination process, barring anything unforeseen. We're now 5 weeks later. Unfortunately, to my knowledge, the nuisance determination has not been made, and in those 5 weeks, the situation has only gotten worse. Just to reiterate the undisputed facts here, as a result of that excavation at the pit that started years ago, subsidence and erosion occurred and created a threat and very real damage to all three neighbors, the CAA, the Carmel Foundation, and the City of Carmel, which is a neighbor because it's got 2 rights of way. We've seen new incidents at the site. You guys probably read the pine cone. The city finally stopped the most damaging practices the week before last, but I would say there's no clear example of damaging practices, there's no clear example of a nuisance in the city of Carmel than the pit. And with your indulgence, I would like to show you the municipal code that applies here if we can. I don't know whether the technology works. Sometimes laws and city codes are obscure and confusing. This is not one of those moments. This is a doozy. It's super clear. I'm showing you section 1557 of the Carmel Municipal Code, which says that a nuisance exists in a natural state or as a result of grading operations, excavation, or fill or that causes erosion, subsidence, or surface water drainage of such magnitude as to be injurious or potentially injurious to the public health, safety, and welfare. So really clearly applies to the pit. And then if you go to the next page, please. Whenever the city administrator determines that any premises within the city may exist, then he shall cause notice to be given in a manner provided in this chapter. And there's the form, it's right in the city code. So this is not a may do, it's a may determine, must do situation. Again, those of you who have heard me speak before note that I've been subject to this nuisance abatement for something I didn't cause, but could have caused damage to my neighbor, and I gladly complied and we rectified it. The situation for the CAA, for the foundation, and for the city is serious, and there's liability that the city incurs by not acting. So I want to thank you, and again, I think the third time is the charm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Meredith.
Hi, everybody. My name is Meredith Knoll, and I'm here briefly to talk about 2 environmental things. I made copies for you if you want to pass it around. I hope I have enough copies. So the first one I want to talk about is for the library, something called, in the design for the revitalization of the existing library, something called LEED is a architectural United States Green Building Council, very popular concept of building. The reason is because it is the most highly efficient, lowest possible utility costs on every type of utility, including water, and lasts for years and reduces the maintenance of a building. But I think more importantly to that, having a sign similar to this which I took a picture of in a building in San Francisco. California has over 400, I think 450 LEED buildings. There are 4 levels of certification. You could choose the level you want, but it's a big message to not only the residents, when they go by and see the library, they can remember, oh yes, we want to be efficient, we want to maintain sustainability, and we want to do all we can to promote good stewardship of the homes in Carmel-by-the-Sea. And it also gives a message out that Carmel-by-the-Sea is proactive in sustainability and efficiency. And the next environmental thing I just want to share with you, in 2021, because when I was moving here, I saw on TV a lot of fires, and it scared me because I was coming here. And the fire in Paradise happened, so I wrote a proposal that was awarded, not with money, but with a scientist. And she helped CAL FIRE, the Monterey Fire Commission, establish a webinar series of all the excellent people in the scientific world who deal with fire mitigation. For instance, to know where the 5 spots are in your home where an ember could land. Very significant information. I tried to share that on the web page, but I'm not a good web page sharer, so it didn't come out. So I will leave this with you, and I sent the information, I think, to you and to the mayor, but it's to educate everyone on the areas to really mitigate and the 30 feet and to be defensible spaces for your house. So thank you so much for your time, much appreciated.
Thank you, Meredith. Good to
Thank
see
you.
you. You can keep the applause down. All right. Hello.
Hi, City Council, Mayor, Chief. The Chief of Police had a meeting the end of December, about the middle of August, which you call Car Week. And he's been working really hard to keep everybody happy. It's pretty difficult. And I just want to remind you that this is a hospitality community. We have people that visit all the time. They want to come here and enjoy themselves. And maybe if we as a community work together to let them do things and show up, charging the park cars on main streets here, sounds a little out of line. A little kind of ridiculous how you would stop people parking. One of the men at a car show in Los Angeles walked up to me because he knows me from here. He comes every year. He said there was somebody had sold a parking spot. And what happens if you do that? You'll get a classic car there, and now you have people in the street. And I like some of the people that are involved in some of the shows, but to have a bunch of volunteers telling people to move and push and stuff like that, I've seen that not go that well. And these officers are great guys. They have better things to do than go around, make sure everybody parks in the right spot and everybody's quiet. It's only 2 days out of a whole year for all y'all that they're blocking traffic. The rest of you go tonight, we couldn't find nowhere to park. So that's pretty much what I'm looking at. Kindness, consideration, a little bit of patience with the people that come here to visit. They come a long ways here. And I know we will like a quiet area, but things change. And if you're calling every day, all night long, bothering the police about noise or somebody out in your driveway, there's important things to do. They have important issues. What if there's an emergency or things like that, you know? So we're trying to get it out there. And I just saw on the Pine Cone, it's like, I think everybody could get together a little better and change the way we are, more so than trying to get our tourists to change the way they are. Does that sound right? And I had read out a thing at the first meeting, and I made copies for all of you guys, what I thought would be a good way to work it out, where you can be nice. And I know it's loud sometimes, but the people that come here, they come to have a good time. And there's a lot of other things going on. And some of the people at the meetings, they're not understanding that this is just Carmel. So if you get stuck in traffic in Seaside, it has nothing to do with the chief of police in Carmel. okay? Or you, the mayor.
Yeah.
You know, so you want to plan your days and work it out. I'd really appreciate it. And hopefully you enjoy the week.
Thank you.
Thanks for all
I'm
your
sure the
help.
chief would love
Thanks,
for you,
Chief.
love for you to reach out to him. He's really easy to talk to, and
All
he'd
right.
love to hear from you, I'm sure.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right.
Afternoon, Mark Stillwell, owner of Stillwell Hotel and Tradewinds, and an employee rental that we have in town here. I want to speak on two quick things. First, I want to commend you. I really like how the new stop signs have been working. I think they're working well because the number of horns I hear at the hotel and our tenant hears at the hotel, literally, he was hearing 10 to 12 a day from near misses and people, cursing and stuff. It's gone way down, at least in that location there. So that was, I think, a really good move. And I like it just when I'm driving in town. It makes everything clearer. Second reason I'm here, Bobby Richards, former council member, said, Mark, you were right years ago when you came to the city council and said we should not allow permanent conversion of 40 to 50 residential units to short-term rentals without some clawback ability. He said, I was wrong. Now that the city's got this target of 349, if we could get back those 40 or 50, the target becomes 300. So I just point that out. I don't know if it's a legal issue for your council, but it involves no construction, no impacts on neighbors. It's just bringing back into the fold formerly employee housing, residential housing long-term. That would be very useful to the city. So at Bobby's suggestion, I thought I'd raise that because he's had an epiphany on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Hi, Cindy.
Thank you, Mayor Byrne, members of the council. My name is Cindy Lloyd, and city staff. Excuse me, I forgot them. I would like to just bring attention to a beautiful project the Public Works Department has done along Rio Road and down the medians between the Carmel Mission and Mission Trail Nature Preserve. They have planted gorgeous California native plants all through that area. So when you drive from San Carlos down Rio Road, just give a look at the plants as you go by and thank the Public Works Department and Ken Wysocki's great department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy.
Hello, my name is Maria Renjifa-Roos, and as Chair of the Community Activities Commission, I would like to bring to your attention a few subjects. The first one is, I don't know if you were at the Carmel Host Lions Club really successful Breakfast with the Bunny this past Saturday. It was fantastic. They were serving pancakes and sausages, and it was like absolutely a great ambiance, and I wish you were all there. The VIPs also helped tremendously, so it was a great event. But I also wanted to bring up to your attention two more events. The first one is on Thursday. We're coming back to our third Thursday of the month event on April 16th. We're going to have celebrations every third Thursday. We're going to have music, food, market vendors from 4 to 7 p.m. at Davenport Park. So when you go to the farmer's market, you can continue to wander around and you wait for the event to happen and you'll have live music. That's an event that I actually enjoyed, one of the best bands I've ever heard in this city. So it was amazing. So I would like everybody to join us on April 16th. But also on Saturday, April 18th, from 10 to 2 p.m., we will have our 4th annual Earth and Arbor Day celebration. So let's come together to celebrate with people, but also our planet with tree planting, environmental initiatives, and community resources. And I even brought some invitations for those of you out there, anyone around, basically talking about our Earth Day, which honestly is organized by our city and really the Public Works team, but I want to pass this around or leave them here. And this will be hosting eco-friendly businesses, communities, mini farmers market, live music. So just so that we continue to have a very lively and eventful city, please come, all you city council members and all of you all here, join us in these two celebrations this month of April. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. Joe DiNucci, resident and member of the Library Board of Trustees. I want to read something. The success of the American experiment doesn't require agreement between Hamiltonians and Jeffersonians about how to balance liberty and power. It requires good faith commitment to participate in the inevitable tug of war between them. That's from Jeffrey Rosen in his book, The Pursuit of Liberty, How Hamilton and Jefferson Ignited the Lasting Battle Over Power in America. I'm bringing to your attention this little flyer you see all around. And it's here because on April 28th, Jeffrey Rosen will give a talk at Sunset Center in the evening. And I strongly recommend, there's still many, many tickets available, and it's a must attend, and it benefits the library. So I'll strongly recommend, there's little things out on the table here, but if you don't have a ticket already, get one. It's really going to be worth your time and effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. That's it? It's remarkable. Anybody online? No? All right. All right, we're going to go on to the next item, which is announcements. Thank you, everyone, for your comments, by the way. We'll start with the city administrator. Do you have any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two quick announcements. One, I just want to announce because I have a big audience tonight, so I'm going to take advantage of it. I want to let everybody know we're really excited. So Chief Trayer, Marissa, and I have been working on, at the direction of the City Council, standing up an enhanced parking compliance program. We're really excited. We're working on interviews this week. I think we had around 26 or so candidates. We're going to be standing up a program that's 2 full-time and 1 part-time employees. We've got new technology that's going into all of our enforcement buggies. So by the summertime, in a couple months, we're going to see an enhanced parking enforcement program out there. So that's in response to what we've heard from the council and from the community. So I'm really excited about that. I figured I'd take that opportunity with everybody here. And then the second thing, what I really wanted to tell everyone, we sent out a press release yesterday. There was a structure fire over the weekend directly behind the Hofstas House on Dolores. It was an amazing response. I want to thank our police department, our fire department, our CERT volunteers, and also the Hofstas House, and I'll tell you why in a second. So the fire was controlled within minutes. It's great if you know where the house is. It could have been very bad. Our police department were first on the scene. They evacuated the resident and her dog. The fire department got there just moments after, then evacuated a cat. And then they got the fire out within minutes. It was a hot kitchen fire. If you've seen pictures of it, it could have been really devastating. So I really want to thank everybody who has first responded to the fire. And then also CERT was there, lickety-split, to set up firefighter relief. And the reason I wanted to thank the Hofstas House, it's a good note of being neighborly. So the Hofstas House was kind enough to put the resident up that evening after their house had burned down. So kudos to everybody involved. I mean, I don't think anybody can overstate how amazing it was that was put out so quickly and how big that could have been. So I really, really want to commend the fire department, the police department, and the CERT folks.
Thank you. And thank you to the fire department. That was a remarkable performance. City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
We had a closed session last night, but there's no reportable action.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we'll go around the horn here. Jeff, do you want to start? Council people?
No announcements.
Just really quick, I wanted to send condolences to the family and friends of Ken Spielvogel, who passed away last week. He was, of course, as we all know, a longtime business owner in Carmel, going back to the 1980s when he had a deli at the Carmel Plaza, and then, of course, later with Flaherty's Seafood Restaurant. And since our earliest days, our town has had really a history of colorful and notable characters, and he was certainly among them and will be missed.
Thank you. Bob?
Again, taking advantage of a full room, I would like to remind us all that it is budget season. And that's when we do the most important thing that we do, which is figure out how to spend your money. And it's delightful to have the room full of people today. We have budget meetings as well, and we don't get this many people. Please pay attention. The financial situation of our city is not great, okay? We have deferred maintenance of $100 million. That's just things we haven't done for decades. that haven't been paid attention to and we haven't talked about. You've got a great city council right now. We're telling the truth and looking at the problems and the challenges our city has. We're not panicked, and I'm not sending a message of panic, but I think you should pay attention and understand what we're dealing with and how we're dealing with it, and the solutions that we are looking to put in place to address some very real challenges. Please show up, please pay attention. If you have questions, call me, I'll meet with you and explain things to you. Thanks very much.
Hans? I'd like to echo Alessandra's comment about Ken Spilfugol. I had a chance to spend some remarkable time with him this last couple of days, and we'll miss him a lot. I'd echo Bob's statements. How many of you were here last night? You know, it was a really powerful meeting, and we covered a lot of good things, including how much you pay for fees. So watch the meeting. It's a little late, but I think if you got a message off to Brandon, you still might be able to influence something. There's some important meetings. This council is having full meetings like we have tonight, and we really need to have you here. And if you can't be here, watch on YouTube. It's really easy. You can fast forward past what things you don't want to listen to. But these are really important meetings. We are taking on a lot of big things that have been kicked down the road for a long time. And I'm really proud of this council for being willing to do that. We'll be here late tonight. One other thing, and I might be preempting some Brandon's things in the next month, but I went to the Bunny event, the Breakfast with the Bunny, and it was excellent. Thank you to the Lions Club. I took a side trip over to the fire station, which I like to do, and I looked inside the garage and they said, there's our shiny new used ambulance. And I just want to hand it to Brandon Swanson, our acting city administrator, and the council for moving quickly. I mean, we had a problem with both our ambulances and we moved quickly, and he found an ambulance. I don't know how he did it, but when you see it, you won't believe it. The price we paid was like 1/5 what a new one would cost, and we got it in, what, a month? And it is spectacular, and our fire department is very proud of it, and so are we. So I just want to let you know that we have, our fire engine is now in Monterey, our new one.
That's right.
And the ambulance is, the first ambulance is about to show up. So we have, I think, the best fire department in California right now, with all the trucks that all the different cities have. PG's getting a new fire truck too. And you saw what they can do even without all this new equipment. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm very proud of our fire department.
Marissa deserves a lot of credit for that ambulance
Okay.
too. It was a team effort.
Thank you very much. You really won't believe how great it looks for the price we paid. It shows that city government can be really thrifty. All right, I guess that's through with our announcements, and we're gonna move on to public hearings. I'm gonna have our city attorney, Brian Pierik, kick this off. I think he's got a pre-agenda item to cover.
Well, it's not a pre-agenda item, it's this item, but it does relate to my recommendation as to how you proceed tonight. I want to mention that there was a request for a continuance that was submitted by the Fenton firm on behalf of the owners of the A.W. Shucks business, as well as the Hudson firm, and they represent the owner of the building where A.W. Shucks is located. And they requested a continuance based on the production of records by the city. And some determination that they've made about when those records were produced. So my recommendation is that we have this matter this evening proceed with two phases. The first one would be to address the request for continuance, and that if the council agrees with the request for continuance, then you would continue the hearing to a future date. And if the council does not agree to the continuance, then the second phase would be for you to proceed with the hearing, have a presentation from staff, and proceed in the normal manner. Now, with regards to the request for continuance, I do have some comments I wanted to make. The request from the Fenton firm came on April 3rd of 2026 with their letter to the city saying that there were some records that weren't produced. I'm going to address that first, and they'll have an opportunity, of course, to speak to this as well. The original request came in on February 24th of 2026 for public records spanning from 1880 to the present. That's 146 years. I'm not really good at math, but I can do that. And so obviously a long period of time. And eventually, they narrowed the scope of their request. There were some other issues with the request. There were some documents that were not correctly identified, which took some time to locate. There were records that were produced multiple times, and they continued to say they didn't have it. To give one example of what they called a critical document, that would be the use permit that was issued in 1993 to Oshucks. That document was attached as attachment A and B to the staff report that went to the Planning Commission on October 8th of 2025, and it is even labeled as the report at that time. And so that was the initial production, and it was available on the city's website for the last 5 months. In addition to that, this use permit was produced to the Fenton firm twice on March 13th, and it said in the PDF label use report, so use permit, excuse me. So it was very clear that that's what the document was. It was produced again on March 27th and again on April 3rd. So it's been produced multiple times, but they continue to say it hasn't been produced. In the letter of April 3rd, other than the use permit, they identified some other records which they said had not been produced, and I'm going to spend just a couple minutes talking about that. They wanted a Planning Commission report from September 15th of 2025. Well, there was no Planning Commission meeting on that day. After some period of time, which it took to find out what they were talking about, eventually the city clerk, Nova Romero, who, by the way, was very diligent in responding to the Fenton firm. I think there were 11 plus emails that she sent to them. In their first production of March 13th, there were 34 documents produced. But to get back to this September 15th of 2025 Planning Commission report, that there was no such report. What we did find was that it was in September of 2015. So once we tied that down, September 23rd, 2015, we were able to produce, Nova was able to produce that record. A second document they said wasn't produced was entitled An Acceptance of Permit and Acknowledgement of Intent to Comply. Again, that document was attached to the staff report from October 8th of 2025. 5 months ago was available to them. It was also produced. The signed copy, it took the city some time to locate that, but the signed version of that form has now been produced, so they do have that. The third document they said that wasn't produced was something that was referred to as interpretations by staff made via correspondence of August 7th, 2023 for the associated floor plan. Nova and staff were able to locate that floor plan, and it was produced weeks ago to the Fenton firm. Despite best efforts by Nova and staff, the city was unable to locate this August 7th, 2023 correspondence. So that was a document that just couldn't be located. It wasn't a matter of not producing it. It couldn't be found. There was a letter of Parker Logan to the city in July of 2025. Originally, that document was being searched for in emails. Eventually, it was found in an application form for a use permit, and that has been produced. And then there was a fifth document, which was the email correspondence between Parker Logan and Mayor Byrne in September of 2025 regarding the use permit. A diligent search found no such record. So, based on all of these efforts by the city to produce the documents, it appears that the city has complied with its requirements to produce the records. As I said, the overwhelming majority were produced weeks ago. These few handful of records that were claimed not to be produced either don't exist, were misidentified, or have been produced to the Fenton firm. So it's my opinion that the city has complied with its requirement to produce the records. So my recommendation now is that you allow the representatives from the Fenton firm and the Hudson firm who submitted the requests for continuance to address this issue and why they believe they're entitled to a continuance. And then you allow public comment if there's anybody from the public that wishes to speak to it. And then the council should make a decision following that normal process as to whether or not you're going to grant the continuance. And as I said, earlier. If you're not going to grant the continuance, then proceed with the hearing. If you are going to grant it, then you would continue it. One last thing I want to mention is that you may hear comments from some members of the public this evening regarding SADIs, which they believe are relevant to the proceedings. Both SADIs and ADJOURNMENTs do involve permits for drinking places, and I would recommend that you do not mute these speakers as they have a right to make a public comment. Your decision today should be whether to deny or grant the appeals of the resolution that was approved by the Planning Commission. There is no action for you today with regard to SADIs. So I've completed my introductory comments, so my recommendation is that you allow the representatives for the parties to speak to their request for continuance.
Thank you, Brian, and that's just what we're going to do. Could the appellant's attorney please step forward?
Good afternoon, Mayor Byrne, council members.
Good afternoon. How much time do you think you need?
2 minutes.
Oh, that's fine. I was going to give you more, but go
As to the
ahead.
use permit, the same document was repeatedly produced to us. It's not a use permit, it's a staff report. It's not signed by any city official. It's not signed by the applicant. It's not signed by the property owner, which is standard for any permit in the city. So how are we to know whether the staff report is identical to a mystery use permit document that the Planning Commission purported to interpret and make decisions regarding? Number two, as to the typo, it was clearly a typo, and I will agree that your hardworking city clerk has really done a lot of work on this. And when I asked for the document, I said that the document was cited in the Planning Commission resolution at issue here. So it didn't take but 2 minutes perhaps for her to respond to say, oh, I think you made a typo. So to the extent that it was some extensive research that needed to go on, I don't think that's supported by the evidence. As to the August 8th to 7th, 2023 correspondences, that document is referenced in the acceptance document that indicates that that correspondence interprets the use permitted issue. So once again, if we don't have the written interpretations of what this permit does and doesn't allow, how can this body adjudicate it? It results in unfair surprise. And speaking of unfair surprise, yes, the unsigned document was produced to us, but the signed document wasn't produced to us until this morning. We didn't know whether the document had been signed or what date it had been signed. And so we had to scramble to figure out how this fit into the timeline, which is critical to understanding the context of what did and didn't go on here. I think that's the majority of the comments on that. And yes, many documents were produced repeatedly, and that was part of the problem. We got many of the same documents over and over and over and over again. It took a while to figure out what we did and didn't have. And then, God bless her, working literally after hours on Friday night before Easter weekend, she produced a whole list of documents to us on the Friday before Easter that I didn't get to until this morning. So we're scrambling. And so if there were documents that weren't produced or were produced late, that doesn't give a full opportunity for the parties to present their case. And as for the letter from Mr. Logan, we didn't get that letter until today either. Yet it says all shucks all over it. So I don't fault the city clerk whatsoever or the process. I'm just saying that the result of the process is that my clients are deprived of a fair opportunity to understand and fully vet the facts and present their case. And that's the basis for our request for a continuance.
Okay, if you could stay here. Thank you for your kind words about Nova. We totally agree with you about the incredible job she does. Appreciate that. Any questions that council has? Brian, do you have any comments for this?
I'll wait until we hear from the Hudson firm.
Okay. Okay, do you have another person, or are you the only speaker?
I'm the sole representative.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. So
Good afternoon, Christina
you're-
Goldbelsman of Hudson Martin on behalf of Appellant TSD Carmel Properties. Just for clarification on the record, there are two different law firms here today. Mr. Oliver from Fenton and Keller represents the business owner of A.W. Shucks. and my firm represents the property owner, TSD Carmel Properties. So as the city attorney has mentioned, our firm also joined in on the request for a continuance because fundamentally what is at issue here is making sure that there's a fair opportunity to be heard. There were documents that we understand were produced. There was a lot of hard work by the city in trying to locate those documents, but some of them came in later. And so there needs to be an opportunity for there to be a full, thorough, thoughtful review of the issues that are presented on appeal. Our firm understands that A.W. Shucks has been in contact with the city regarding their production request. We agree with them that there are some documents that appear as though they have not been produced. As Mr. Oliver just indicated, typically when you have a use permit that's issued by the city, it does in fact include the signatures or similar from the council members who adopted it. Typically these days you see a resolution. To our understanding, no such document has been produced to date by the city. What we have seen, as has been mentioned today, are copies of the findings from the 1993 hearing regarding the use permit, but the actual final document we haven't seen. Likewise, there was a document that was executed by one of the former owners of A.W. Shucks relating to the use permit that made reference to communications with the city from August 7th, 2023. We've worked directly with our client to try and see if perhaps they even had the document, this mystery August 7, 2023 document referenced in this use permit resolution. They were unable to find it. The city has been unable to find it. And of course, that gives us concern about what the city is going to be basing its decision on, what the Planning Commission had been basing its decision on, and if perhaps there are documents that exist that have not been produced, or if there is something else that could potentially be going on. So needless to say, given the absence of certain documents and the need to ensure that there is a fair opportunity for both our clients and A.W. Shucks to be heard, we're just simply requesting a continuance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before I respond, do you want to ask if there's any public comment on this?
You want to do that before we ask questions?
Yeah, I think that you should ask for the, well,
Okay.
it's up to you.
All right.
You could ask questions now or later.
It's a little bit out of sequence, but I'm fine with that if you recommend it. Are there any public comments regarding the continuance subject only? Seeing none,
All right. Did you want to hear from me before you ask questions?
I would like to.
Okay, so Mr. Oliver said that they didn't know this document was a use permit. It said on the PDF, use permit, 5 times. So it's pretty clear that that was the use permit. The law does not require a use permit to be signed, so his argument that because it wasn't signed, that means it's invalid. He said it was a staff report, that's wrong. It is a findings for decision adopted December 8th, 1993. And it goes on for a number of pages. So that is not a staff report. That is findings for decision, which were adopted by the city. So the representation that this is a staff report is plain wrong. Documents not being produced. I went to some length in my earlier comments to explain that it was down to this handful of 5, and I identified which ones were produced, including the one that was misidentified that we were able to locate. And then with respect to the no resolution, I heard from Councilor Hudson, you don't need to have a resolution to have a final permit. This document of August 7th, 2023, the city couldn't find that. The city's been looking for 6 weeks to find that document and couldn't find it. So that, to me, would be a due diligence search, and some documents are unable to be located, and that one could not be located. So I think that covers all of the documents. One other thing I want to mention in terms of these documents coming in recently, Nova worked until 6:30 on Friday night, and we just heard from Mr. Oliver that he got around to looking at this morning. So we have the city clerk working after hours in her effort to produce records, which was, what is today, Tuesday, so some days ago. There should have been time for a review of that. And this document, this acceptance of permit, which I'm holding up here, is 1 page. And he had it except for the signature. So this is not a document that would take hours to review. The letter from Mr. Logan that I mentioned in my earlier comments is 1 page. So again, these are documents that could have been reviewed in a short period of time, to determine whether or not they impact whatever arguments they plan to make at this hearing. So I provided my conclusion, which I think the city did comply in good faith in producing the records to the parties. And now it's up to you to ask questions and then make a decision on whether or not you want to grant the continuance or not.
Anybody have a question?
Yeah, I have a question for the attorney from Fenton and Keller. I was sort of typing furiously, but can you, one more time, just clarify the content of the August 7th correspondence?
I have no idea. So.
You said it was referenced as characterizing.
Yes, in the acceptance document, which again, we had no idea if it was signed until this morning, says that the permittee and the landowner accept the terms of and conditions of the use permit as interpreted by correspondences dated August 7, 2023. So council, with all respect, is conflating compliance with the Public Records Act and notice it an opportunity to review and understand the terms of the document that are at issue in this appeal. So they're different things. And just lastly, the document says it says it's a findings for decision. It doesn't say it is the decision. There's a reference that a decision was made on a particular date, but show me a permit that doesn't include at least someone's signature on it. So without it, it's vague, it's ambiguous, it lacks notice.
Can I be heard on that last comment? I think you're finished with this individual right now, or did you have more to ask him?
I'm going to ask the council in a second.
Okay.
Do you want to say something about that?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This isn't a dialogue, so if he's finished, he could take a seat.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, he just made a comment about this thing saying it's a findings for decision, but it wasn't a decision. This is in the record. It says adopted December 8th, 1993. So this isn't just some random staff report or something that's written on the back of a cocktail napkin. This is a findings for decision, and it was adopted. So that is the permit, and it was labeled as such.
Okay. Anyone else have a question? Jeff? Bob? I have a question, if you could come up. At what point do you think that you will accept that you've received everything you need for us to proceed?
Well, based on the representations from the city clerk, we have received everything that the city has in its possession, custody, or control, which is a separate question from whether we have all the documents that relate to this appeal, including the August 7, 2023 interpretations of the use permitted issue, which again is separate from compliance with the Public Records Act. It goes to what is the document that's at issue here? What are the terms and conditions of the permit at issue here?
So that's it. That's what you're waiting for.
Yeah,
So in terms of us making a decision.
Excuse me?
In terms of us making a decision, you want to continue this for you to get just that document, nothing else?
My client doesn't know what other documents may exist. So if we didn't get certain documents until today for the first time, including ones that say all shucks all over them, how do we know what other documents aren't there? Right. So I think it just makes sense at a minimum, an abundance of caution, to allow your city clerk to continue looking and allow my clients and the Dowd client to evaluate what we've got.
Okay, thank you. You can make another comment if you like.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that my client also has the opportunity to speak to the question that you just posed. We do have a copy of the document that was being referenced, but not the document referenced in that document. So just for clarification, what has been received is an acceptance of permit and acknowledgement of intent to comply. It states in all caps above the signatures of my client and one of the former partners of A.W. Shucks, We, the undersigned, have read and hereby certify that we understand and agree to the issuance of this permit and the terms thereof, including the conditions of approval of this permit, as well as the interpretations by staff made via correspondences dated August 7, 2023 for, and then there's a typographical error, associated, end of typographical error, floor plan. We understand that failure to comply with the conditions of this permit may lead to its revocation by the Planning Commission. At the end of the day, what we are here about is a decision by the Planning Commission to deem as abandoned the use permit that my client and A.W. Shucks were operating under. If there are additional correspondences that can shed light as to the full understanding of the parties at the time that this document was signed on August 28th, 2023, it would be informative to both of the appeals. To the extent that there are additional searches that may need to be conducted in order to locate the document, we would want the city to undertake those searches. While we understand that the city has indicated that it has conducted a thorough search, at this point, we actually have no information whatsoever as to what those searches involved and whether there may be additional searches that would be appropriate to try and identify this document. If at the end of the day, following a comprehensive search, the city is able to state that it affirmatively does not have this August 7, 2023 correspondence that interpreted the terms of the use permit, then we would be ready to move forward. But right now, there's certainly uncertainty, and the decision that the City Council is going to be reaching today is too important for us to rush. This is impacting the operations of 2 businesses in the city, and we need to ensure that we are not leaving any rock unturned so that our clients have a fair shot of being heard and have the opportunity to fully understand what the city was looking at when it reached the decision that somehow this use permit was abandoned when they thought for years that they were complying. Thank you.
Okay, at what point will you be satisfied that we've done everything we can do?
Yes.
A serious question, I mean, otherwise we'll be here forever.
And I felt as though my response just told you that.
Yeah.
If we can get an indication from the city about the search that has been performed to date to identify this particular document, and if we can have an understanding as to whether there may be additional searches that could be conducted. For example, there may be other communications that were with this former business owner that were not searched because they didn't involve the current owners of A.W. Shucks. For example, those types of details would help us understand whether an additional search would be beneficial. And after understanding whether the search was full and complete, and then have a response from the city indicating what that full complete search consisted of, and their statement as to whether or not there are any other documents that exist that would be responsive to this request or shed light into how this use permit was interpreted back in 2023, at that point, we would be satisfied. I don't know how long it would take the city to get to the point to be able to make that representation to us.
All right, Brian, you have more, you can sit down now, thank you. Brian, you have more experience than me in this situation. Could you?
Well, I can tell you, and if you want to hear from them personally, you could do that. I have confirmed with the city clerk, Nova Romero, and with the Director of Community Development, Anna Jeanette, that they looked everywhere in the city's records trying to locate this August 7th, 2023 letter and have conducted that search for several weeks, and they could not find it. So there is no place else to search.
So the answer is,
Couldn't find
we've done
it.
everything we can do, and we're not going to find it in the future, given the search we've done.
There is no other place to look.
Okay, so.
And you can get, if you want to have confirmation from the city clerk and from Anna Jeanette to confirm what I just said, you could do that.
Right. Anna, could you confirm that? Yeah, this is important. This is important.
Yes, sir, I can confirm that. We've looked at all the electronic files and all the files that we thought were available or would be available.
And hard copies as well?
We don't have many hard copies. From that time, everything is scanned or saved electronically.
So it's been archived already. Okay, Nova?
I can confirm that I did a search of the citywide emails, which is every single email account in the city, for a period of like the entire month of August 2023, just in case the date was off by a few days. I did different searches of combinations of aw shucks spelling with or without the periods in between the A and the W. I did searches of just the use permit number. I tried multiple ways to search and made sure that the search was more broad than just that one date, just to make sure that I was covering that whole time frame. I also did a search of all emails within like a 2-year period for aw shucks, and that was already released to both attorneys. And so that was like a whole 2-year period that covered much more than just 2020, August 7th, 2023.
Okay.
That's about as thorough as I can get.
Do any council members have any questions of Nova or Anna or the attorneys at this point? All right, so what's the process we go through now?
You should discuss whether or not you want to grant the request for a continuance. If your decision is yes, my advice would be to continue it to a date certain. If your decision is not to grant the request, then you can proceed with the hearing.
All right, anybody have anything to say? Any discussion? Opinions? We have to get to an opinion, so we need to start somewhere.
Yeah, I'm torn between two conflicting impulses. One is, Nova is a very diligent person, and
She is.
as she just described, those are the types of search queries that you would want to go through. So it sounds like it was pretty diligent. At the same time, I am a little bit troubled because the two documents do seem to be somewhat foundational. So that it's referenced as, here are sort of key elements of, your requirements as referenced in this email, and we don't have the email. So that's concerning to me. And then, again, just as a layperson, I understand that we have the adopted findings, but if I'm understanding it correctly, we don't have the actual use permit, which is, again, a pretty foundational document. So those two things are troubling to me. And what I'm trying to reconcile it with is the question of, will giving it another month actually meaningfully increase the probability that we actually find the documents? But I'm also, I think the vehemence of the appellants, clearly they're very interested in these documents. So that's what's rumbling around in my head.
We do want to get this right. Jeff?
I'm ready to proceed. Hans's question, will we find the documents in another month? It sounds to me the answer to that question is no. So I'm ready to proceed.
Alessandra?
I certainly understand and respect the appellant concerns about requesting the continuance. And so I'm just wondering if perhaps, since everybody is here and that costs time and money, what if we went ahead with the hearing, and then at the end, if the appellants still feel that they need more time, then we can consider it and grant it and then continue it to the next month? Would that be something, Mr. City Attorney, that would be possible?
You're looking at me, so the answer is there's no legal reason why you couldn't do that.
Okay, thank you.
Can you make it more clear exactly what you're asking? It sounds like it could be problematic to me.
That we go ahead with the hearing, since, like I said, everybody is here, and then we ask the attorneys for the appellants if they still feel that they need that additional month where we can try as a city to look again, even though we're hearing that we've done everything with due diligence. But in case there's some other spelling perhaps that could be entered into the computer, I don't know, I'm reaching a bit here, but something we can do to reassure them that we really, really have given it 110% to try to find those documents, and then we can continue it into the next month. But what I'm saying is, since everybody is here, if we could at least get started.
I think that puts a little doubt in the whole process, but Bob, what do you think?
I think based on the last 40 minutes, I'm really glad I didn't go to law school. Well, here's what I know. I know this group is always prepared. I know this group, and I'll speak for myself. I've spent a lot of time preparing for this. I would tell that the appellant, you've given us a lot, including massive dumps of emails that came into our email boxes just this morning, in fact, just hours ago. So, we're scrambling too. As my dad used to say, I'm sorry that your late planning is my problem. So if you're scrambling, I think we all are. And I'm ready to hear this thing. This thing is off on a foot like we're fighting and, we're being defensive. And the fact is, we're just here to listen. And I guarantee you, we've all read everything you've given us so far. I think you've done a very good job of writing and preparing your case. You have a lot of information, and you've shared it with us. And I mean, we'll see whether one missing document at this point means a hill of beans worth of difference, but I think we can get on with this thing and be done with it. I don't want to go halfway. So let's either start and finish, or grant the extension, one or the other. But I don't want to do any middle ground.
So Hans, do you want to continue? Do you want to go tonight? Start the hearing.
I'd probably continue it, but I'm good with the other way.
Okay, guess it's up to me. I haven't heard. You said you want to go tonight, right? Yes? You want to go tonight?
I want to go, but I want to give them an opportunity if they're still concerned, if they feel that they need more time. I'm just trying to be fair.
I'm not happy with that, because that just sounds like you'd like to continue it, but you're not quite sure. I don't want to go into it with any kind of ambiguity. I really don't, because then we'll just be back here again when something else comes up. I also don't want to have this be an issue in the future. So I'm ready to go tonight. I don't believe if we wait another month or two that we're going to find anything in addition. So unless there's anything any of you have to say, I'm ready to get going on this. You're okay?
Let's go.
I think we have agreement on all five of us at this point.
So the next item would be to designate the time. So you're proceeding with the hearing?
Yes.
Okay. The next thing to do would be to allow the appellants, and there's two, that would present their, let's call it an opening comments. And under your city policies, they're allowed 10 minutes for the opening and the closing, although sometimes I've seen where council will give them 10 minutes for their opening, and then they can reserve 5 minutes or have 5 minutes for their rebuttal. So it would be the appellants, each of the appellants would present their case. The next step would be public comment, and I should have probably said the staff report comes first. So staff report, then the appellants could make their case, then public comment. Council can ask questions of staff after the staff report, of course, and then they can do their rebuttal, and then it'll come back to the council for decision.
Okay. Thank you, council, for your comments earlier, and I think we're ready to get going. So it's time for the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Byrne. Council members, Anna Jeanette with Community Planning and Building here presenting on the AW Shucks appeals filed by Hudson and Martin PC for TSD Properties LP and Fenton and Keller for AW Shucks LLC. For the record, staff recommended that the hearing for APP 20670 and 71 be consolidated based on their commonality. Therefore, staff's presentation will encompass both appeals. To provide the council with some context, staff will present a brief presentation. Staff will provide a brief presentation on background and history, summarize the appeal contentions, and then go over the options that were provided to council in the staff report. The subject property is located off of Ocean Avenue, 3 southwest of San Carlos in the Central Commercial or CC zoning district. City records indicate that the subject property had a bar use going back to the 70s. And the owner's testimony stated that the use actually goes back to the 60s. In either case, this use was established prior to the requirement of a use permit, as well as prior to identifying drinking places as a restricted use. Up until the mid-90s, the establishment did not include any food services. So background on permitting history. On December 8th, 1993, use permit 9345 was approved, memorializing the legally established drinking place use, and it allowed food service, which is when the limited food sales was introduced. The use permit was conditioned, requiring that no full kitchen be provided. The hours of operation are also shown on the slide here. Then in March 3rd, 1994, the city issued building permit 9447, allowing installation of the following items listed on this slide. In 1995, building permit 9681 was applied for to install a burner and gas fryer. Corrections were provided. They're also shown on the slide on the left-hand side, stating that an amendment to the use permit was required. However, that note was crossed out and replaced with the note below with asterisks that states that a new application for a business license for a full-line restaurant was required. The notes in red indicate that that was done. The permit was also issued and finalized in 1996. Moving forward to 2008, there was another building permit, 08168C, allowing a commercial kitchen remodel. This permit was finalized in 2009, and there was no permit activity up until 2003 when the current owners acquired the business, and business license 23041 was approved. That business license stated that a full-line restaurant was the primary use and that a drinking place was the ancillary use. There was a key determination by the Planning Commission in 2015 where they formally designated A.W. Shucks as one of the 3 drinking places in the city. Then in 2023, the Community Planning and Building Director responded to an inquiry by the property owner, acknowledging that the city memorialized additional cooking equipment and that their current menu was consistent with the requirements. This slide here illustrates the floor plan layout and seating for the establishment on the left, and then a picture on the right. During the numerous Planning Commission meetings, both the property manager and business owner operator provided testimony. The property manager presented on the land use history of the site. The business owner indicated that when the establishment was purchased, there was no change in use, and that the use permit for the drinking place was included in the purchase price. Both parties desired to retain the drinking place use permit. Ultimately, on February 11th, 2026, the Planning Commission was provided with 2 options. A draft resolution finding that the drinking establishment was abandoned was provided, as well as a draft resolution finding that a full-line restaurant ancillary to the primary use was appropriate. The Commission adopted Resolution 26004, which found that the drinking establishment use was abandoned. However, the action included allowance of the operation to continue for 6 months in order to allow the property owner or operator to file an application for a permit. Staff will now go into a summary of the appellant's contentions. Both appellants are here, so they can speak in more detail. The appellants assert that the drinking establishment use was never abandoned, and the Planning Commission's finding of abandonment conflicts with the Carmel-by-the-Sea Municipal Code and city determinations. The appellants cite permit history and previous determinations, as well as the lack of any appeals filed of those. They also cite Municipal Code Section 1714-040I3D, which states that that drinking place standards shall apply if more than 20% of seats are at the bar. This would classify the use as a drinking place. The appellants state that the Planning Commission ignored this section of the code. Staff would like to also note that on December 10th, the Planning Commission stated that the seats that are located in the oyster bar area should not be included in the bar area and count towards that 20%. Further, the appellant states that finding of the abandonment requires an intent to abandon and that AAW Shucks continued to operate, therefore there was no clear intent. The appellants also cite the previous permits and determination that staff summarized previously. They also point out that based off of those permits and determinations, the owner and operator acted in a good faith effort, thinking that they were within the allowances of their permits. Relative to the bar operation, the appellants contend that the Planning Commission erred in finding that the addition of food service constituted a change in use under the drinking use permit. They cite a copy of the menu, which includes an extensive list of options for alcoholic beverages. They also cite that the 2023 director determination that the use was not abandoned is legally binding. They also state that the use permit and municipal code do not impose revenue, unit, or volume limits on food sales relative to alcohol. So overall, the appellants claim that these points support their contentions of vested rights and estoppel. In summary, this is the primary basis of the appeals, and the appellants request that the City Council consider their claims, grant the appeals, which would result in overturning the Planning Commission's actions on finding the drinking establishment use abandoned. Staff has provided the council with two options to move forward. First option is included in attachment 1 of staff's report. That's a draft resolution, first ordering consolidation of the appeals, finding that the council's action is not a project under CEQA. Although if argued that it is a project, the council would find that it is exempt under the common sense exemption, existing facilities, and minor alterations in land use limitation exemptions, and that none of the exceptions to the exemptions apply in this case. The action also includes denying the appeals of the Planning Commission, finding that the drinking establishment at AW Shucks has been abandoned, and then last, the resolution would allow AW Shucks to continue to operate for 6 months from the date of February 11th, 2026. The second option is contained in attachment 2 of the staff report. This draft resolution also orders consolidation of the appeals, similar CEQA action. The last action, though, would be granting the appeals filed by TSD and ADJOURNMENT of the Planning Commission's finding that the drinking establishment use has been abandoned, conditional upon the owner or applicant filing for an amendment to the use permit to omit the limited food service and add full-line restaurant as an ancillary use that is greater than 10% as a primary drinking use or drinking establishment. At this point, staff would like to identify that 2 amendments to the appeals were received approximately 2 hours prior to this hearing. Staff has reviewed the appeals, has not had the chance to review all of the attachments, but, and the appellants can speak to this. It's in staff's opinion that these do not bring up additional contentions, except for the fact that they point out that the providing of requested documents results in an issue with providing a fair chance for them to make their arguments. So this concludes staff's report, and I am available if you have any questions.
Would you like us to do questions now or have the appellants first and then have questions?
You can proceed in whatever manner you wish. I think typically the questions come after the staff report and before public comment.
Yeah, that's normal. That's fine.
Yeah, we're going to try to be normal.
Okay, good. So we're going to have questions. Who wants to start? No questions? No questions? You do have one? Yeah. Okay, go.
Anna, thank you for that. Could you just repeat the numbers again for the information regarding the number of the seats at the bar? And then you said there was a slight change and I didn't quite catch what you had said.
Yes, so I will go back to this slide. Okay, so during the December 10th Planning Commission hearing, staff provided a very similar slide showing the calculation of the total seats. So the business license indicates that there are 45 seats. And then if you count the seats that are in yellow, B1 through 8, and then the seats that are kind of in gray next to the green box, I cannot read from here. But those seats, if you add those 2 together, that exceeds the 20%. And the Planning Commission's thought, or the Planning Commission opined that the seats next to the green rectangle are the seats that are located at the Oyster Bar and therefore shouldn't be considered bar seats.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
I have a,
Go ahead.
pardon the extemporaneous question. So the Planning Commission's assertion is that seats at any bar, the number, excuse me, the number of seats at a bar is defined by the number of seats that are at the bar? Like, I'm a little lost. So if this was a room that had 12 seats at 14 seats at 8 and 6 seats at the bar and a bunch of space, like that would have 12 seats. Like how would we calculate the like what's the, like I'm a little lost at the decision that, the assumption that seats at a table don't count as being bar seats. Like I've been in lots of bars where seats at a table, like seats at a high, is like this, a high top table where those seats are bar seats. Like some of them serve food and some of them don't, but I've never heard is that, do you understand?
I do. So based on the discussion from the Planning Commission, it was their determination that because of the seats that are identified in yellow are directly in front of a bar with the alcohol behind it, the bar back, those are bar seats, and that seats in front of the green rectangle are seats located in front of an oyster bar that is not a beverage bar. So it was their determination that those should not count. I do also.
So if they, let me interrupt you for a second. So if the planning commission had counted the 6 seats as bar seats, they might have made a different decision? Like, was that integral to the decision they made?
It was integral to the point
The
that
20%
staff was
calculation?
trying to make, that if you're over the 20%, this is the information in the staff report that was also supported by the information provided in the white paper. That was years prior. Staff was trying to make the point that if you're exceeding the 20%, the code says that you have to apply the drinking place standards. If you have to apply the drinking place standards, you're effectively calling it a bar because it's restricted to 3. You cannot be within 200 feet of another establishment. And there's another one that I cannot remember. But you're effectively treating it as a bar.
So because the 6 seats in the green area weren't counted as bar seats, the planning commission decided that they didn't, the drinking place establishment standards didn't qualify because of the 6 seats at the bar?
They did make that point, but their point was more, it acts and functions more like a restaurant, and it is not.
Yeah, I'm not
acting
asking
and
about,
functioning.
I'm asking about, you mentioned the code.
Right.
Right, and the application of the drinking place establishment standards. And that seems to rely on the classification of the 6 seats as something other than bar seats. Like now I'm kind of struggling as to what we would call them. Like, what should we call them? Tabletop seat, I mean, if there are seats at the bar and seats at tables, I'm not sure what, like, out of the frying pan into the fire, like, I'm not sure what to, like, they're clearly not at a table.
Staff's presentation in December was to count those 6 seats as
Okay.
bar seats.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So apparently there's a letter in 2023 when they purchased the restaurant. Let's simplify it.
Correspondence.
What business license are we currently operating under? To be really
The
clear?
23 business license,
Okay.
2023 business license.
And tell us what that was. How was that referenced? Was it a drinking establishment license?
It was referenced as a full-line restaurant as the primary use and a drinking place as the ancillary use.
Who issued that license?
I believe Saray, I don't know the last name, Saray Nathan, who was a previous planner.
Okay, so one of our planners issued a use permit.
Business license.
A business license.
There was no need.
As a full-line restaurant, primary drinking place ancillary, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did anyone flag that was inconsistent with it being a drinking establishment primarily? Because I think that's what's being said here.
I do not have any records of that.
No one at the time said, wait a minute, we're a drinking establishment with a alternative use of a full-service restaurant. This is important because that's right when they bought the restaurant, right?
Right, and that business license was required because there was a change in ownership.
Okay.
So the 2023,
But the business license said it's a full-service restaurant with an ancillary use of a drinking establishment. I just want to make sure that's clear.
yes. Apologies, I'm looking for a copy of that permit, which I may not have. Do not have a copy of the business license in front of me, but
Maybe
just kidding.
Mayor, we
I'm
can
just
get
kidding.
that for you
Okay.
and answer that question.
Okay.
So let's,
Yeah.
We'll get it before
Jake
we
can go look
move
or.
on. So what type
No,
of?
wait a second, maybe they found it.
So approval and conditions 1A of the business license. Date of the action is August 8th, 2023. A states primary use. The use is classified as a full-line restaurant, parentheses, NAICS number 7222511, and parentheses, approval of this permit authorizes the establishment of a full-line restaurant selling a full line of prepared food and drinks for on-site consumption using non-disposable plates, glasses, and utensils. This use is permitted per use permit UP 9345 AW Shucks / Murray Weaver / Paul Elliott. The restaurant is authorized 49 interior seats. Section B, ancillary use, drinking place primarily, or drinking place, parentheses, NICS, number 722410, and parentheses, primarily engaged in preparing and serving alcoholic beverages for immediate consumption, operate from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Friday and Saturday.
Okay, what ABC license type does AW Shucks currently hold and held when they acquired the restaurant?
I do not have that information.
And Mayor, I would offer that the state license doesn't have any relevance to our city license. There's no requirements for what type of licenses people carry from the state for our use permits or business licenses.
So we don't know what kind of license they have?
We can look it up, but it's not, it doesn't.
Is it a drinking establishment? I don't know what they're called officially. Is it the type of license that you need to be one of the 3 drinking establishments? Or is it a regular restaurant license?
You mean from the state?
Yes.
I wouldn't be able to answer that at the moment.
Okay. Can we find that out? I guess I can find out from the appellant.
Yeah, we can try to look that up. So your question is, what licenses from the state do you need to be able to sell alcohol, hard alcohol?
If I'm not mistaken, there's like a special license for a drinking establishment where you don't have food.
So the state doesn't care what we call it. The state doesn't care if we call it a drinking establishment. And in our code, our code allows for a drinking establishment to be the primary use, but have other uses. So a drinking establishment can sell food.
Okay.
So the state doesn't really care about what we call it. There are different types of liquor licenses. Some allow for serving alcohol only, and some allow for serving alcohol and food. So someone who had a drinking establishment use permit in the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea could technically operate under either state license. But that's not something that we bear our decisions on.
So it doesn't matter?
Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, anybody have a question before we open it up? Okay, so I think next we're going to combine the public comments, I believe, after we hear from everybody. And we've asked all our questions. Okay, you good with that?
If you're done with the questions, then you would give the appellants, I think we said 10 minutes each.
Yep.
And then public comment.
Okay, thank you, Anna.
I've just got a quick
Appreciate you.
yes/no question for her.
Oh, good.
Can you confirm 2015, is that when this regime of 3 drinking establishments, is that when it was initially created?
No.
No, that's just when it was reaffirmed?
It was reaffirmed in 2015. I believe that was based off of another permit for another drinking establishment, Carmel.
Okay, thank you.
Which required a report.
All right. Who wants to go? You're going first?
I don't know if I'm necessarily going first, but I had a preliminary question regarding timing.
Yes.
In terms of the 10 minutes, when we initially were informed about the hearing today, we were told that, at least for TSD Carmel Properties, we would have 15 minutes. And now I'm hearing 10. Was the 15 minutes intended to be 10 minutes plus 5 minutes for rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay, and then for clarification now, that 10 minutes, we have 10 minutes, and then AW Shucks also has 10 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead? Thank you.
I'd like to make sure that's good. We want to make sure you have enough time.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to be quick. The business license that was signed on August 28, 2023 was triggered by a change of ownership, not by a change of use, number one. The form permit that you fill out to get a business license has very limited choices of the types of business uses that you are. It's not like there was a full-line restaurant box to check and a bar box to check. So the business license was signed the same afternoon after then Director Swanson sent his email saying, yes, in 2015, the Planning Commission confirmed that your existing use conforms with its drinking establishment use. And so based on that representation, the document was signed. The Planning Commission stated in its findings and decision that a business license does not amend a use permit. And so again, there was no use that changed. And what's really unfortunate about this is the Planning Commission, in their finding of abandonment, they really abandoned their own decision. They were the body that, before a public hearing on September 23rd, 2015, considered and affirmed the fact that A.W. Shucks, as currently operating, conformed to the drinking establishment use. There has been no change in that use since 2008, when the last permit was issued. They were issued 94, 95, 96, 2008. Fast forward to 2015, the Planning Commission affirms the decision. Then Director Swanson in 2023, August 28 to be specific, affirms in writing that that is the case, essentially making a director's determination that was appealable, that was not appealed, that the Shucks representatives and the landlord relied on and signed that document. Nothing changed until the Planning Commission abandoned its own findings and instead, unfortunately, tried to cast it off on staff and said, well, we're not bound by the mistakes of our staff. Well, it wasn't a mistake of staff. It was the Planning Commission's own decision that they forgot about or abandoned. There's been no change whatsoever. So that's point number one. And point number two is there has been a lot of talk, and the commissioners from the dais made comments to the effect of no harm, no foul. There was no evidence that they pointed to support the decision and finding that there would be no harm, no foul. And so with that, I'd like to introduce Clark Savage of Savage Accountancy in Carmel, who is a business appraiser and an accountant. He can give you his credentials, and we submitted a report this afternoon, and he's going to just sort of walk you through a little bit of that.
Good evening. Oh, somebody put my slide up. Thank you very much.
Can I interrupt for just 1 minute? No, but you're still running the 10-minute clock? Okay.
Could you give, since it's not on the screen, could you give them at least a 1-minute notice that they're near time, please? Yeah, at least 1 minute. Just, they need to know that they're getting close.
I'm a certified public accountant in Carmel and an accredited senior appraiser with the American Society of Appraisers. I also am certified in financial forensics. I've practiced in Monterey County for approximately 40 years. I've got about 44 years total as a certified public accountant. And I work significantly in business appraisal and business damages cases. I have about 24 slides here, but we thought we had 15 minutes, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get too far into this.
If I could interrupt you, just for the audience's sake, did you make this presentation to the Planning Commission, or is this new information?
I'm sorry?
Did you present this information to the Planning Commission, or is this new?
This is new information.
Okay,
I was asked to examine the record and consider whether or not the decision might lead to damages for the parties.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Okay. So in August of 2023, Randy and Karen Bassey acquired the bar, A.W. Shucks. As we know, it's one of 3 drinking establishments. In that transaction, they paid for something that we consider in business appraisal to be a very fragile asset, and that's goodwill. And the way goodwill works in a transaction, the way accountants look at goodwill, is they look at goodwill as the residual amount you pay to acquire a business after identifiable assets. For example, physical assets and identifiable intangible assets like the liquor license and covenant against competition. So once we consider the purchase price against the value assigned for the physical assets and identifiable intangible assets, the residual, the way accountants look at it, is the amount of goodwill, in this case, $1.3 million. So for this, lovely bar they acquired that has a niche and special aspects to it that really speak to the goodwill, we can address why would anybody pay for goodwill? Well, in every business transaction, except for in a liquidating business going through bankruptcy and maybe auctioned off, there's always an amount paid that's over and above the value of the tangible and intangible, identifiable intangible assets, so that the buyer and the seller make an arm's length agreement about what the fair market value will be in that transaction, and the residual amount. The way accountants look at it is goodwill, but the way appraisers look at it is we want to see the underpinnings. When we advise a client to pay that amount over and above the value of the identifiable intangibles and the value of the physical assets they're acquiring, we want to know what the underpinnings are. And in this case, there's very strong branding. There's a business model that supports an extensive bar menu and a facility designed as a drinking establishment, and the competitive advantage of the use permit 9345, and then the operating systems of a bar. You can see from the branding side, it's designated as a bar, and the highlight reel shows cocktails are the main item. The brand is a key issue for success in business. Customer awareness and expectations is the deliverable from the company, and it's supported by the marketing and the word of mouth in the community. Branding also gives you differentiation, such as the scarcity of the item you have, and it creates the demand. Finally, the credibility and reliability of the results allow a business to charge premium pricing and have long-term sustainability. We prepared a retrospective valuation at the date of acquisition, and we determined based on the market approach to valuation that a premium over and above what we would have advised, probably without considering the location and the use permit, was about $450,000. So that's a large component of that 1.3 million in goodwill, and that's just based on market transaction data we have, and also we have good ties with local business brokers, so we can get local data also. The principle of substitution says that when you go in to buy a small business, I'm going to go quickly over this, it's probably the least safe thing to do compared to putting your money in a savings account or buying a public company that's liquid that you could sell like that if you decide to get out of the market. So there's a due diligence process that a buyer goes through, and they investigate the background and the underpinnings of the transaction much more deeply than if you say you're going to go put money in a bank account. So throughout all that effort that the buyer has to go through to make the acquisition, they, of course, discover the existence of the use permit, and that's a key consideration for being willing to go along with the investment. Goodwill impairment is something that appraisers consider. It can be impaired, goodwill can be impaired by a damage to a brand. It can be impaired by profitability challenges or disruptions, for example, regulatory disruptions.
You have 2 minutes.
How much?
2 minutes left.
Okay. We're not going to make it. Anyways, this resolution will have impacts on customer expectations. As you can see, the facility is configured as a bar. All the seats are high top except for one four top that's ADA compliant. So the whole place is set up as a bar. It's branded as a bar. The menu is substantially related to selling spirits, and the food offerings are 75% cold food, which is not how a full-line restaurant is configured. There's your kitchen. There's your full-service kitchen. It's pretty tiny, but it's obviously not the kind of kitchen you'd find in a full-service restaurant.
1 minute.
There's the configuration of the bar seating. The whole place, when you go in, it looks like a bar. So what would happen if they lost their use permit? Well, they'd lose their competitive advantage. They'd have to do head-to-head competition with other full-service restaurants. It would not be consistent with the current business model and not consistent with the physical plant that we just looked at. There'd be lost value and lost profits coming from everything from having to rebrand and to remodel and expand the kitchen. So we did 3 damages computations. We considered lost profits, loss in value, and a total loss of investment. For lost profits, we calculated a lost business opportunity over the remaining life of the lease of $1.3 million. For loss of value, we looked at, revamping the business model and making it.
Go ahead and give us your closing. Give us the high point here.
The high point here is the loss in value would be $1.4 million. And then if it's a total loss and the owners just decide to walk away and not spend more money remodeling and don't put good money after bad, there'd be a total loss of their investment, which is about $1.9 million. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Very interesting.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. So, all right, so I guess it's time for the next appellants. Whoa. That's a lot for 10 minutes.
Well, in consideration of the short time that we have, as well as the Public Records Act, the requirements leading into the meeting today, where everything can be submitted about 2 hours before the hearing, we wanted to ensure that you all had hard copies of the addendums. Yes, so I wanted to make sure that each of the council members had the opportunity to actually see the addendum that we had filed prior to today's hearing. There's about 200-something pages.
I need to interrupt. Have these documents been posted on the website? I'm asking the city clerk.
Yes, both the appeal addendum that was received this afternoon, and then I think it was 200 pages I got from Fenton and Keller at about 4 o'clock. Both of those have been posted on the city's website, so they're both public.
And what are the documents that are in this notebook?
They are the same as what has been posted. I'm happy to provide a copy to the clerk so that she has.
Yeah, it looks like the same as what.
That's fine.
And when were they posted?
Pardon me?
When were these documents posted?
They were posted this afternoon. Every time I got something new, I reposted it, so it was continuously being updated this afternoon.
So like 1 o'clock?
So the most recent update was at 4 o'clock, but before that, I had already posted Christina's letter.
These documents were submitted at approximately 2:00 p.m., about 2.5 hours prior to the hearing, in accordance with the noticed meeting requirements. But we wanted to ensure, of course, that you all had the opportunity to review, because as I indicated earlier, this is really a critical hearing, and we want to ensure that the council is reaching an informed decision about the appeals that are being presented today. As stated earlier, my name is Christina Goebbelsman. I represent the landowner, TSD Carmel Properties LP. Our time this afternoon of 10 minutes will be split between myself and one of the property owners, so that you have the opportunity to really understand the impact that this decision has on one of your local business owners. As indicated in this addendum that we filed this afternoon, we did have objection to decision to potentially not continue this matter, given the importance of it and the possibility that there could be additional documents. We do understand that the City Council is moving forward at this time. So we are moving forward with the understanding that the record we have before us is the full record of what the city has with respect to this use permit. We also objected to the decision by the City Council not to hold a site inspection prior to the hearing. As indicated earlier today, the layout of the bar is critical into understanding whether it meets the Carmel Municipal Code requirements for a drinking establishment. It's been presented in the papers that were filed, as well as at prior Planning Commission meetings, that at least 20% of the seats need to be at the bar or in the bar room. And it's our position that that requirement has been met since 1993. We submitted with the addendum examples of the different floor plans that existed over time. So, for example, if you were to turn to exhibit number 14, in what we have provided to you, there is an example of what the layout for the establishment looked like at the time that the use permit was adopted. It's about 1993 and then 1994.
I need to interrupt again. So the council's looking at what you've just directed them to. Nova, can you put that up on the screen? And
Yeah, I
can
was
you
just about
also
to do
stop
that.
the clock? while
Yeah,
you're
here,
doing
I'll
that?
pause it for right now. Okay.
Council, could I ask, is there going to be some other exhibits that you refer them to? And if so, can you tell us what they are so the clerk can get them queued up in case there's a need?
Certainly. Let me know when you're ready. Okay. There should be bookmarks in the electronic copy that can help orient you in terms of identifying the exhibits. If not, I could provide you a hard copy that we could use on the projector.
I'm not trying to see what would be easiest.
Pardon me? I do not have the PDF. And then in terms of the city attorney's question, we're also reference 15 and then 16, but they're in order, so hopefully that won't be as difficult to locate. Yes,
So is this exhibit 14?
yes.
Start the clock again, Nova.
So what you see before you in Exhibit 14 is a blueprint. It's a layout of the restaurant in about 1993, 1994. So in 1993, the use permit was approved to add food to this bar, and then this plan was produced in order to effect that. As you can see on this particular screen, there's an entire bar that runs along the left-hand side, and there are seats at that bar. As shown earlier today, there is still a bar in that place. There are still seats in that place. There's also a kitchen, and the kitchen is in the same place as it was in 1994, in 1995, in 1996, in 2008, in 2015. All of those years are relevant because those are dates when there were building permits that were issued to change out the equipment in the kitchen. The actual footprint of that kitchen never changed. The location of the seats never changed. And what's really important for the purposes here today is that when we are talking about is A.W. Shucks meeting the Carmel Municipal Code requirement of a drinking place, the answer is yes, because more than 20% of its seats are located at the bar. This discussion relating to where it's deriving its revenue from, what type of licenses it has, it's not relevant in terms of determining compliance with the code. And because these operations have remained the same for over 30 years, there was never any reason, no reason whatsoever, for our client, the landowner, to think that there was a problem when the new owners came in 2023. To ensure that the use permit was still being complied with when the new owners came in, they reached out to the city to ensure that they understood the effect of the change of ownership. And they received that written confirmation that as long as they continued to operate as they had been back in 2008 when the last building permit was approved, everything was fine. And so they continue to believe in good faith, that the operations were compliant with the use permit. At no point was there any expression by my client or by AW Shucks that they ever intended to abandon this use permit. So what happened? How is it that the Planning Commission came to the determination back in February that this use permit was abandoned? Well, we think the Planning Commission made several errors. They misinterpreted the law, they misinterpreted the facts, and more than anything, they didn't come into the hearing with a clear, impartial view of the way that the proceeding was supposed to go. And what I'm talking about is due process. As we indicated in the addendum that we filed earlier today, there were irregularities in the way that this use permit inquiry was handled that implicate due process violations. Our client, TSD, Carmel Properties LP, and honestly, AW Shucks, were not given a fair chance, a fair process to have a fair, impartial body decide whether or not this use permit was actually ever abandoned or even violated in the first instance. From the outset of this inquiry, our client was never even notified. Apparently, according to the planning department, they initially received an inquiry in February 2025 alleging that there were violations of the AW Shucks use permit. Our client was never informed. In fact, our client didn't find out until months later by accident at a Rotary Club meeting in October 2025, shortly before a scheduled Planning Commission meeting. We submitted Public Records Act requests trying to understand how this inquiry came about. We never got anything indicating that there was an inquiry commenced in February 2025. Instead, we received a March 2025 email from Parker Logan alleging that there were gross violations of the use permit. That appears to have been the communication that initiated this entire inquiry. From there, it appears as though Parker Logan and his counsel, who represents Sadie's as well as Esperanza Carmel Commercial LLC, were in communication with the city regarding the inquiry and the investigation and the Planning Commission. They ended up actually submitting an application for this exact use permit, even though it hadn't been abandoned, in July 2025. And in that application, there was a letter referenced earlier where Parker Logan states that a hurdle had been crossed. AW Shucks is no longer operating as a drinking place, essentially. But I can refer you to exhibits that we provided to you in the addendum that you can refer to, and we do ask that you review and consider before you reach a decision on this.
Ma'am, just to let you know there are 3 minutes left.
From there, Mr. Logan and Sadie's and Esperanza Carmel continued to be in contact with the city, including through August 2025. They asked for updates about the abandonment finding. And at this point, our client still had no idea what was going on, had never been notified. Then in September 2025, on the same day, there was an email from the mayor to Parker Logan regarding about finding a solution to help Sadie's. That same day, there was an email from the planning director to AW Shucks owner indicating that they needed to talk about the use permit. Within 2 weeks, the first Planning Commission meeting was scheduled. We don't think at any point that there was a fair process. This series of events is irregular, and it raises a lot of questions. Why wouldn't the city inform TSD and AW Shucks about an inquiry came in alleging that they were non-compliant with their use permit when it came in March 2025? Why would the city instead have substantial communications with Counsel for Sadie's and Esperanza Carmel LLC and Parker Logan instead of our clients about the use permit? Why would the city set the matter for a Planning Commission meeting without even informing our client? Why did he have to find out by accident at a Rotary Club meeting? And then why would the Planning Commission, when they finally had the opportunity to hear this, disregard the continuous operations under the use permit, disregard the City and Planning Commission's past decisions that should bind them as to whether or not this operation is considered a drinking place under the Carmel Municipal Code? Why would they disregard the harm and the deemed abandonment would have on TSD and AW Shucks? And by the way, we do mention our addendum a specific number of $2 million in damages that our client's going to have. And we did preview that with the Planning Commission, who was not interested. And then why would why would the Planning Commission disregard TSD and AW Shucks' request in February 2026 to allow them to explore the alternative resolution of potentially amending the use permit so that they could stay in operation as they could? This whole thing was presented to our clients as an opportunity to clean up the paperwork. It was never that. Instead, at the end of the day, they're here without any use permit whatsoever. That's not cleaning up the paperwork. That is taking away a use permit. That is a government taking, and it's clearly that it was intended from the series of events to benefit two other private entities, Sadie's and the landowner where its new business is going to go. That's Esperanza Carmel, LLC. So at the end of the day, this is not due process. There's not been a fair hearing, and we really want the city council to seriously consider what's occurred here. Also, as we raised in the addendum, we had some concerns that perhaps there might be conflicts or appearances of impropriety that may have required some of the city council members to recuse themselves, as they have had in the past year, due to connections with the two parties that stand to benefit from the taking of this use permit. And to my knowledge, there's been no recusals today. How much time do we have? 14 seconds. All right, well, that will conclude my portion.
Thank you. Nice presentation. All right. So let's see. The order of this, I think we were going to ask questions now, right?
No, it'd be public comment.
Okay, we're going to do an unusual thing. Okay, public comment first. How many people want to make a public comment before we start? Okay, not too many. If you
took up all my time, that's what attorneys do. My name's John Plastini. I guess I have 3 minutes. I think you all know me. I'm TSD Carmel Properties president. I run the building for the Dowd family, 38 years now. I'm sitting back there, I want to jump up and answer all the questions because I go back 38 years. I was there in 2015 when Commissioner Barron was struggling with the seats. I was there with Mark Weiner. When they were trying to determine, 2015, the drinking was out of control at late night in Carmel. They wanted to curb it, okay? So they established the 3 drinking establishments. There was a meaningful review. They looked at, if you look at the record, there was a meaningful review. There was Barmel, there was Sadie's, there was A.W. Shucks, there's the Red Lion, and I believe Brophy's, and they narrowed it down. They looked at A.W. Shucks, and when you look at A.W. Shucks, the question with the seating drives me crazy, okay? The code says 20%. We have 45 seats. 20% of that is 9. That's all you could have at the bar. We have 14. There's too many seats. That dictated it. When Mark Weiner was in there, we looked at it. When you walk in there, it's a bar. We specifically, I acted in good faith. I made sure that there were high-top tables. They're 24 inches wide. They're all high-top seats. It was always a bar. When you walk in there, it's a bar. And that's what Mark determined. And if you look at the review there, where you get confused with the restaurant versus bar, he determined it was a drinking establishment, restaurant, bar. That's what it says. It had equal weight. Okay? The problem that you have is with ABC. And Acting Director Brenda Swanson, I want to get the titles right. Anyway, a 47 from ABC, you have to have food, okay? A 48, which Sadie's has, is what we refer to as a dive bar. It's not a derogatory statement. It just means that 18 and above and no food services. So therefore, by default, they have to have a 47. And when the state says it's a restaurant bar, that's what Mark used. He says, well, you're a restaurant and bar but you don't use a restaurant bar. So the paper was faulted at the very beginning. We should have corrected it then. Now, I've worked with staff for 38 years. Most of you weren't here then, sorry. But I always had a very good relationship with the city. And every time we've had a problem, we resolved it. I see in town when there's so many violations out there, I don't see the city taking anything away. I see them working with them. That's what I thought we were doing. Anna, when I found it in a Rotary meeting, there's you're on the agenda. What are you talking about? We're on the agenda. Met with Anna, we went through everything. The key thing is, it was approved in 2015. I did my paperwork. Brandon memorials that when we said, are we good? We are good. 2028, August 28th, I had the letter that's signed. The problem is the new owner that's there, they don't know. They have no idea what they just signed what they told them and they thought it's a restaurant bar. So I'm here to answer questions too because I've read all that. I feel sorry for you. There is so much paperwork there. Anyway, so look, where do we go from here? There's only 2 things. We work with you or we wind up in a lawsuit. I don't want to be there. And the questions you're going to be asked in front of a judge or a jury, I don't know which one it is, why did you need to do this? Why did you need to hurt that? Because you had paperwork that would fix it. You had an option two. The other thing is, no one brought it up, did anybody explore? Maybe it's time to look at the drinking establishments in town, and maybe we should make a fourth use, which would satisfy all parties.
Mayor, his time's up,
Yeah,
and
okay.
give
Thank
him more
you.
time.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John, for providing your side of this.
Hello, my name is Bob Rosenthal. I am a local attorney. I am a customer of Shucks. I was a customer of Sadie's. I'm at a loss to understand either TDS or TSD's or Shucks' motivation behind their taking this position. Nothing is at stake. They have nothing to lose. I listened to Clark Savage's presentation. I'd love to get him on the stand and cross-examine him because, again, he has opinions, but he gave you no facts to support those opinions as to how these damages are calculated on a license, on a permit that can't be transferred, on a permit that can't be sold. There's no rebranding that's necessary. What will they lose? They'll lose nothing. Why are they fighting this? Why are we here? We're here because the landowner wants to retain in their back pocket this permit. There's no other reason for it. There's no other damage to be suffered, regardless of what they may think is worth $250,000 or whatever it is. By upholding this appeal, you're going to be ignoring the code, you're going to be ignoring all evidence that shows that the restaurant is the primary use. Look at the state documents, the ABC documents. Look at the business license documents. There's plenty of evidence to support what this is. The seating, look at the ABC application where it shows that those green seats that they say are bar seats, they reflected those seats as being dining seats in their application. But the thing I really want to talk about is this claim that there's not a fair process, I think was counsel's use. I practiced here for 50 years. I'm shocked by the gamesmanship that's been demonstrated here today. And the attempts, the threats of litigation, anybody can threaten litigation. Winning is another ball game. Having the facts and having the law to support that litigation is another ball game. And for them to make this motion to continue, for them to bring in a CPA who's providing an opinion on damages and new evidence that wasn't put before the Planning Commission, that the documents haven't been given to any of the public to look at, I've never seen them. For them to give binders of documents 2 hours before the hearing, other documents at 4 p.m. before the hearing. I suggest to this council, if they're going to take this evidence that's been put before you, that I would suggest the public deserves a continuance so we can review Mr. Savage's report, his appraisal, the basis for that. And my time's up, but don't be intimidated by threats of litigation. Anybody can threaten litigation. Make your judgment based on your code and based on the law and the facts, and not based on Parker Logan as not being liked in this town. This isn't about Parker Logan. This isn't about TSD. It's not about Shucks. It's about your code. It's about correcting mistakes that have been made in the past.
Okay, thank you. You can hold the applause, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is John Atwell. I come here as a resident, citizen, a taxpayer, and a voter. Get that perspective in here. Excuse me while I put on my glasses. I forget how blind I am now. This issue is very simple. City policy requires that restaurants operate as bona fide restaurants, where food sales exceed alcohol and alcohol is secondary. As reported recently in the publication Monterey County Now, A.W. Shucks operates with a roughly 5-to-1 ratio of food to alcohol sales. by definition, that is a restaurant, not a drinking establishment. And the Planning Commission, and I was there for that, has already said exactly that. They rightly acted to enforce the code and gave clear direction. Either operate as a true bar or surrender the permit. So the question before you is not complicated, really. Will a city enforce its own rules or make exceptions that undermine them? We are talking about a permit which has been spoken about here, which has not been used by A.W. Shucks for over 30 years. And by a restaurant that closes at 8:30 p.m., not exactly drinking establishment hours. Drinking establishment permits are scarce in this city by design. They exist for a purpose, economic, regulatory, and to maintain the character of Carmel-by-the-Sea, which we all hold dear. When a permit is held by a business that doesn't meet the definition of a drinking establishment, it's not merely a technical issue. It's a misallocation of a very valuable public resource. It's a loss of tax revenue flowing from the city from that permit. That permit is not the property of the permittee. It is the property of the city, and it is granted there, and that permit it exists in order to create revenue. And any loss of tax revenue flowing to the city from that permit leaves us taxpayers on the line to make up the difference. And so it comes at that cost and more to fairness, to consistency, and as said, to the city's own financial interest. This is not about taking anything away. It's about aligning permits with reality. Sadie's is the oldest operating business in the city, operating continuously for over 100 years. Where is our protect our history rhetoric we hear so often here in Carmel? A.W. Shucks is a well-regarded restaurant. It should be recognized as one and permitted as such.
All right, thank you.
Nothing more, nothing less. And just in conclusion, if the rules mean something, they must apply here. And if they don't apply here, then they don't mean anything at all.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council.
Hello.
Good evening. My name is Michael Sapon. My wife and I, we're owner-operators of A.W. Shucks Oyster Bar for 16 and a half years from 2007 to 2023. We purchased the business through Carmel Business Sales in November of 2006, in which A.W. Shucks was listed as one of 3 bars in Carmel-by-the-Sea. We used the existing laminated food and cocktail menus for the first year to build trust of the locals that we weren't going to change the concept. Reasons we paid the high price, and it was high. Number one, being only one of 3 bars in Carmel, especially the only one on Ocean Avenue, located in the center of town. Number two, being one of 3 bars with the right to stay open till 2 a.m. Number 3, the long lease terms offered by the landlord, TSD Carmel Properties, and some of the longest in Carmel. Lastly, the opportunity to improve, and we loved that restaurant when we first saw it. Throughout our 16-plus years, we had the great support from locals, city employees, and officials, including city mayors, city council members, and the police and fire departments. We've always been known as one of 3 cocktail bars in Carmel-by-the-Sea, and we never had any issues with the city or police department. On numerous occasions, we operated past midnight. Here are all of our ads, 2007, 8, 9, and 10, of our Halloween contest parties lasting past midnight, with the first prize of $500. They're all here. They were advertised in the Pine Cone, okay? We also facilitated several late night parties for weddings, bachelorette parties, and during the Concourse d'Elegance. We didn't advertise that. People came to us and they wanted to facilitate that, okay? In 2023, we sold A.W. Shucks Cocktail and Oyster Bar to Karen and Randy Bassey. It was clear that A.W. Shucks was not only an oyster bar, it was also one of 3 designated bars in Carmel-by-the-Sea, which added value to both parties. Not only did the bar designation add value to Aw Shucks, it was great importance to the Dowd Arcade and TSD Carmel properties. We are here to support A.W. Shucks and Oyster Bar and TSD properties to keep its historic designation as one of 3 bars in Carmel-by-the-Sea. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Byrne. My name's Jason Rederer. I'm speaking here on behalf of Parker Logan. I already submitted fairly extensive comments for the Council's consideration, so you should have received those. Don't intend to belabor the point, but let's call a spade a spade. The sole focus of the Council's deliberation should be on the operational characteristics of A.W. Shucks to determine whether the restricted drinking place use has been discontinued and abandoned. All the facts and evidence support that A.W. Shucks is not operating as a drinking place and instead is operating as a full-line restaurant consistent with all the other restaurants with a full-line menu and a physical bar. The last time a drinking place operated in that space was Maxwell McFly's prior to 1993. How do we know that? Because if you look at the staff report from 1993 relative to the use permit to add the oyster bar, it stated that the existing operation at that time was a business that operated exclusively as a drinking place with no kitchen, food preparation, or display and no food sales, with operating hours from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. daily. Anna pointed out in her October staff report to the Planning Commission, Aw Shucks has been operating in a consistent manner as a full-line restaurant since 1996, 30 years ago. 1996 is when Aw Shucks installed the stock pot burner and the gas fryer, and then a full-blown commercial kitchen permit was issued in 2009. And that added a charbroiler, a griddle, and 2 burners, and an oven. Anna goes on to state that A.W. Shucks is currently counted in the existing inventory of restaurants fronting on Ocean Avenue, where only 15 restaurants are allowed. There is more evidence that Aw Shucks is a restaurant, not a drinking place. The restaurant closes at 8:30 during the week, 9 o'clock on weekends. The liquor license that has been issued to A.W. Shucks prohibits A.W. Shucks from operating as a drinking place. We heard that earlier. A.W. Shucks even declared under penalty of perjury in the application for the license that it would be operating as a restaurant with only 25% of the total sales would be from alcohol. The application also called out the seating in front of the oyster bar as quote-unquote dining seats. And I provided you a copy of that application in the comments that I submitted yesterday. Our letter provides a list of other evidence and facts that demonstrates this is a restaurant, it's not a drinking place. The fact that building permits were issued for a kitchen, which clearly should have required an amendment to their use permit, just reinforces that the drinking place use has been abandoned. Don't be intimidated by threats of litigation. Anybody can file a lawsuit for $435, and that doesn't mean they're going to succeed. Takings litigation is very complicated and rarely successful. Even more rare is for a court to hold that a city cannot enforce its zoning code based on prior mistakes or misrepresentations by staff. Had the current debate that we're having here, the Planning Commission had for 4 hearings, and the evidence that has been presented with the Planning Commission, had we had that debate in 2015, I feel pretty confident that the Planning Commission would have made the same decision. If the council is inclined to grant the appeal, I would urge the council to find in the resolution that any drinking place use was grandfathered in prior to the 2004 ordinance establishing the limit of 3, and that 1 permit remains available for future use, if that's the direction this commission or council wants to go. Thank you.
Could you repeat, could you repeat that your last statement? I want to make sure.
So I think that if the city council would like to uphold or grant this appeal, that it should make a determination that this drinking place use at this location that apparently has been in existence for 60 or 70 years should be grandfathered in, a grandfathered use that predates the 2004 ordinance that established it as that established the limitation on 3 restricted uses. So that would mean that there could be one available drinking place permit that could potentially be issued for future use by whoever.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
How many more remaining?
Good evening,
If you-
Mayor
If you
and
can keep your
Commission.
comments as short as possible, we need, because otherwise we're going to take a break for dinner before you finish.
For sure.
All right,
Okay.
thanks.
I'm here to support Randy and Karen Bassey, owners of Aw Shucks. I have known the Basseys for the past 10 years and can attest to their law-abiding nature, successful business ownership, and dedication to providing residents and tourists with an exceptional experience at their bar. The Basseys were thrilled to purchase A.W. Shucks in July of 2023, knowing the privilege of being one of only 3 bars allowed within the city. Since its establishment in 1993, A.W. Shucks has been known for its high-end cocktails, fun atmosphere, and great food. The Basseys have continued this tradition, catering to both liquor connoisseurs and regular patrons alike. I'm concerned about the recent determination by the Planning Commission that A.W. Shucks operates more like a restaurant and bar, potentially changing its designation and imposing negative fiscal implications to this business. This decision appears to have been made without due process or prior communication with the owners, leaving them in a difficult situation. I urge the Planning Commission to reconsider this determination and work collaboratively with the Basseys to find a solution that allows A.W. Shucks to continue operating as a successful bar within the city limits. Changing the designation to a full-line restaurant could have significant consequences for the business, affecting its hours of operation and bar seating capacity, both of which does not align with their original vision of A.W. Shucks when they purchased it. I believe that A.W. Shucks adds values to the community and should be supported in its effort to provide a unique and enjoyable experience for its patrons. Thank you for considering my perspective on this matter.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, how is everybody tonight? David Fink. I'm a one-trick pony. I'm a hotelier and restaurateur my whole life, and 25 restaurants and 6 hotels and a few good ones here in Carmel-by-the-Sea. I had a speech written, but I'm just going to go off the hip here. I think this hearing is bad for business. Randy and Karen bought Michael and Michelle's business thinking that they were getting one thing, and now they're going to get another thing. Well, I created all of my businesses here. I bought the Sundial, made that L'Auberge. We created Aubergine, Carmel Beach Hotel, blah, 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 Boucher, Luca, 400, Park City, Stein Eriksen, Healdsburg. Healdsburg and Yountville are the best cities you could possibly want to be in business in to work with staff. I love our staff here. It's always been very difficult to be in business here. This hearing is bad for business. I consider that, I know why we're here. I love Parker. He stirred the pot, said, hey, they're not. Shucks is a bar that serves food. How many scotches do they have? Anybody know? I think about 200. 200 is a bar that serves food. I go there once a week. It's 30 seconds from my house. It's wonderful. But you can solve this easily. Let them stay in place. Issue another permit or two. It's not going to move the dial here. Carmel is incredibly boring. I live downtown. I've created a lot here. And Hans, you know this, we need some more life here. We really do. So you can do the right thing tonight. You should leave what they have in place, issue another permit or two. Hell, maybe I'll open a bar. But anyway, thank you very much.
Hello, good evening, and thank you for hearing me out, Mayor Burns and member of the City Council. My name is Rowena Waters. That probably sounds familiar. But I'm the general manager and have been proudly employed with A.W. Shucks for nearly 2 decades. And many of our cooks have also been with us for over 20 years, and several of our servers have dedicated more than 5 years of our team. And this level of longevity speaks volumes about who we are. We have remained in business since 1933. It started out as Whitney's Bar. when it was first opened as Whitney's. That history is something that we are proud of. And it reflects the lasting relationship we have built over generations. A.W. Shucks is more than just a workplace. It's a second family, and for some, even a first. That sense of belonging carries over into how we treat every guest who walks through our doors. Our customers are not just patrons, they are treated like family. They are welcomed with genuine warmth, respect, and a level of care that makes them feel truly special, and that's what makes A.W. Shucks really special, as many of you know back there. It's common for us to hear, quote unquote, this is always our first to go, our first stop, whether they're visiting for drinks, food, or simply familiar, friendly faces. Our local community knows that they can count on us for consistent top-tier service and a welcoming atmosphere. Whether you consider us as a restaurant, a bar, or both, one thing remains the same: every guest is treated as one of a kind. And I have witnessed that throughout my career with A.W. Shucks, and I'm so grateful for Karen and Randy Bassey. They're genuinely the true and kindest and just real people. And not only that, but Michael and Michelle. They are like my family as well. And they have just been so consistent with, just treating everybody there with so much respect. So that's what makes Shucks so special. And that is why customers continue to return. We actually had a visitor from New Zealand because of A.W. Shucks. Now, if that tells you there how many more other customers that, visit us from all over the world that do return for A.W. Shucks. But we are so proud that we have built and we want to continue doing it the right way. So thank you with all gratitude.
Thank you.
Hi, I'll be as quick as I can.
That's all we can ask.
Definitely less than 3 minutes.
Thank you.
My name is Mickey Ford. My husband Eric is also back here with me. We've had a family home here in Carmel for 30 years, right on Monteverde, actually. Over the years, we've eaten at Aw Shucks many times. It's one of our favorite places to go. When friends who are planning a visit to Carmel ask me for a list of places to go while in town, Aw Shucks has always been on my list. I tell them to try the clam chowder, the seafood platter. When my son was little, it was the one place I could get him to eat a salad because he said they had the best ranch. But never once have I said to anyone, check out Aw Shucks, but don't go there if you're hungry because they don't serve food. I've never said that because they are a full-service restaurant. Can you get a drink there? Sure. Rowena makes an amazing spicy cucumber martini, pear martini. Most of the restaurants in town will serve you a drink, and there are plenty of restaurants that serve alcohol and have an actual bar. But being a drinking-only establishment is a completely different thing. Aw Shucks is a restaurant. It is not a bar. If it was a bar, my kids would not have been allowed inside for so many lunches and dinners over the past 20, 30 years. I understand that Aw Shucks was originally a drinking establishment, but it hasn't been that for many, many years. And I'm not without sympathy to the position of the owners of Aw Shucks that they find themselves in. Based on other meetings that I've attended, it sounds like they bought the restaurant being told that the value was higher because of this extra permit in their possession. To me, it seems like the town possibly dropped the ball by not pulling that drinking establishment permit when they issued the mid-range permit, which is some food, still mostly alcohol, and then again when Aw Shucks upgraded to a full-service restaurant. The bottom line is that Aw Shucks simply can't be both things at once. They're holding on to a permit that does them absolutely no good. I don't see what is going to have to change for them if they don't have this permit. They don't stay open late. They don't serve only alcohol. You don't have to be 21 to go. It makes it seem to me as if they're taking advantage of a slip-up on the part, unfortunately, of the city. And I don't think you can just tuck that permit in your back pocket and say, well, we're gonna hold on to this just in case we wanna use it in the future. The permit has been abandoned at this point. And regardless of what they threaten to do in retaliation, my belief is that the city needs to face the music, pull the permit, deal with the consequences, albeit maybe an innocent mistake. A mistake it still is. And there's no reason for that permit to be held hostage by someone who has abandoned that use, especially when that permit could be released and used by another business. This decision will affect the livelihood of another small business owner in this town.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Hi, John.
Greetings. I've had a little bit of experience dealing with the council. And last year, they didn't have common sense. This group does. And you know what I'm talking about.
You mean 2 years ago?
But the situation to me is, the reason I bring it up is a common sense deal. I mean, A.W. Shucks, and for that reason, Carmel they're really not solely bars. Sadie's was. And it's a place where locals went. So solve the problem. Give A.W. Shucks their restaurant license, fast track it, and give Parker Logan a way to open his bar back up again. Now, if anybody believes that A.W. Shucks operating as a restaurant with their bar there is going to go on the toilet, there's nobody walking into that place that's only going there because it's a bar. That defies common sense. Thanks.
Thank you, John. How many more? All right, that's it. After that, if you have your hand raised up, you get to speak. Other than that, we're going to stop, okay? So there's 3 more, right? Let me get this straight.
There's a lot more than 3.
Okay, well, put your hands up, because I'm going to break for dinner if this goes on too much longer.
4. That is 4.
What do you guys want to do? Keep rolling? You want to keep going? All right, we're going to keep going.
Hi, Mary V. I'm a bartender at Sadie's, and this is really nerve-wracking. Hi, beautiful people.
Hey,
Hi, people on YouTube.
You don't need to be nervous.
There's been a lot of big words in here. It's been very confusing, and I just wanted to say something from the point of view of some, that, I don't know. I had cute little notes, but I think everybody hit all the topics. It seems to me, I re-listened to the meetings leading up to today also, especially the December 10th one. And on my way here today, I re-listened to it again. And it seems that we're all arguing about the same thing. And the same thing is that something went wrong with the permits along the way. And at this point, we're just going backwards and not moving forwards. And I feel like the solution is, let's just issue new permits. I know I'm talking from like an ignorant place and I'm not a lawyer, but why can't we fix things moving forward instead of reflecting on the mistakes in the past? Because they've been made. They've already been made. How do we remedy it moving forward without, we could change. Tourism has changed in this town. I've worked in a lot of restaurants in this area. And tourism has changed. What we need to give our guests has changed. So why can't the city council change the operations and the permits moving forward to reflect that? I'm Mary. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You did great.
Mayor, council, thank you. I'm Greg Cole. I'm a local business owner, and I have one question. Why are we not considering a 4th bar only use permit? Currently, there are 4 to 5 million people traveling up the coast through Carmel. And with the World Cup this year and the LA Olympics coming in 2028, add another 1 to 2 million people. That's a big number, and if you can make the decision to have addresses after a 100-year tradition, certainly you can honor the 100-year run of Sadie's by issuing a 4th bar permit.
All right. Please keep the applause down.
Hi, Julie Wendt, and I'm embarrassed to say I'm a former planning commissioner after the decision that was made on, oh shucks, excuse me. I'm not sure why we're here. Nothing has changed for Aw Shucks. They serve food, they are a bar, they meet the requirements. What's to discuss? So I hope you support the appeal. And Grant, I think it's number 2. Just to do a little rewrite on the use permit. Thank you.
Nice to see you, Julie.
I am Todd Tyson. I have the clothing stores right next door to the club, right next door to the Chucks. I've been going there since 2002 when I came here. And I'm going to be real brief. Unfortunately, the city is the one that made the mistakes. And unfortunately, we're trying to make them pay for it. We shouldn't be making the Bassies pay for it. Issue another permit. It is a bar. It has great food as well. But it's a bar. They didn't in 1993, when it was given the rights to have the stove and things like that, and you kept doing it, why did the city keep doing it? They kept doing it, doing it, doing it. It still did it again here in 2023 when the Bassies finally bought it. So if it said it was a bar then, it's still a bar, it hasn't changed. Just put another permit out there for another drinking establishment, and it can be one of 4. But to take it away from them is ridiculous. Thanks.
Thanks, Todd.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Cheryl Jimenez. I've been working as a deputy sheriff going on 35 years. I met Karen and Ranjit Bassi back in 1992 when I moved in next door to them. Over the years, I've seen exactly who they are, not just as neighbors, but as parents, professionals, and members of our community. Karen was raising 4 kids while working toward becoming a kindergarten teacher, and Ranjit was building his insurance business. Everything they have, they earned through hard work and integrity. Shortly after, Karen was diagnosed with MS. Instead of focusing on herself, she started a foundation called A Wave of Hope to help others with MS pay for bills and get equipment. That's who she is, someone who gives even when facing her own challenges. My husband and I both worked shift work in law enforcement and trusted Karen and Ranjit with our children, all 4 of them. That kind of trust is earned, and they earned it. They are hardworking, honest, and generous. Karen also serves as the president of Omegan U, helping women and children in need. The Bassies have also supported people in so many ways, including sponsoring Rudy's Dog Park, always giving back, always showing up, and Ranjit, we call him the hardest working man. So when they bought A.W. Shucks, they were excited to continue giving and investing in others. That's why this situation matters so much. It's important that a permit that has been in place for over 30 years is handled with fairness and clear consideration. Karen and Ranjit had done everything right. They deserve fairness. I respectfully ask that you look closely at the decision and consider the people behind it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe DiNucci. I probably have the least connection to either of these businesses you can imagine, except 42 years ago, I rented my house on Dolores Street as a residence for the man who then had bought Sades. And after about 6 months, he burned me and everybody else in town, left me with unpaid rent for 3 months. So every time I heard the name Sades, I had a negative reaction until I met Parker Logan. Now, the summary I think David Fink really nailed it when he said, this whole procedure is bad for business. It's bad for the city. We've all spent a ton of time paying attention to this, trying to figure out what to do. It seems pretty obvious that another permit was not going to hurt anyone, and it would reinforce the investors who bought the Aw Shucks business and what they're doing with it and how well it's being received, and Parker's business as well. So I hope you can come with a compromise that puts the history of whatever mistake was made in the past, and let this move forward with goodwill.
Mayor Byrne, members of the council and city staff, my name is Cindy Lloyd. I'm going to offer you a little bit of an historic perspective on this issue. I was alive when Whitney's was a bar. And when we were kids and we'd walk up and down Ocean Avenue, we'd peek in to see who was drinking during the day, because drinking during the day wasn't a really honorable thing. So as little kids, we used to like to see who was there. Over the years, I've never been in Whitney's or Sly McFly's or Aw Shucks. But what I have learned from going to the various meetings and hearing the talk in town about Aw Shucks is it sounds like it's a great place to go get a bite to eat. But I don't drink alcohol because it triggers migraine headaches. So I can't go there just to enjoy it as a bar. What I'm really getting at is what I've heard over time in the testimony tonight, and what I've learned from living here my whole life, is that the upgrade from Whitney's to Aw Shucks is memorable, and it should be honored in some way and form, but I know that you will make the right decision. So thanks.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep this brief. Y'all are hungry and you want to take a break. So my name's Karen Luber, and I am here on behalf of my friends Karen and Ranjit Bassi, owners of AW Shucks, who are currently involved in this matter before you today. And I've known them for more than 20 years and can to attest to their integrity, reliability, and dedication to the communities where they live. And throughout our friendship, they have demonstrated a strong sense of responsibility and genuine commitment to following regulations and acting in the best interests of those around them. You've heard from a lot of other people that have said many nice things about them, so I won't go on and on. But I just feel that it's really important to realize that they would not have entered into this lightly. And I believe this can be corrected. Basically, the facts of the matter are that the use permit from the city of Carmel was issued in '93. In 2015, there was a change capping the total number of permits. And in 2023, the Bassies purchased AW Shucks. The issue seems very clear. Increase the number of permits that can be issued. I think it's really something that can be solved relatively easily, and reverse the decision to revoke their permit. They didn't abandon anything, and they were never notified. The Bassies' approach to solving issues is always thoughtful and considerate, and they consistently seek input from others to ensure fair outcomes. I believe their involvement in this city of Carmel-by-the-Sea Planning Commission issue is guided by a desire to contribute positively and uphold the values of the community. I would encourage the city of Carmel and the Planning Commission to exhibit those same ideals in this issue. Providing due process to all is necessary. So please, please, I urge you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy Carr, resident. I didn't come to speak on this issue, and I wish you'd get over it so we can move on. But I do want to say that I so appreciate both sides of this story. And I agree what David Fink said. I think it never occurred to me, but there's no reason why the city can't issue another use permit for a bar. And I think you need to consider that very carefully and be done with it.
Good afternoon.
Mayor, council members, staff, or I should say good evening now. I'm Randy Bassey, and Karen and me own RW Shucks. Nice to meet everybody. I want to keep this real sweet and short. I've heard a lot of legalese, heard a lot of threatening about suits. I don't have to sue anybody in my life. I don't intend to. I just want to be able to operate, and my wife wants to operate one of the best businesses in Carmel-by-the-Sea. We contribute a lot to this community. We're just getting our feet from under us from running a bar. Mike and Michelle, God forbid, they're so blessed what they did to that place and built it to what it was today, that we were able to buy it from them. We still thank them for it. But we have been drugged through the mud these last 2 years. I don't know why. What have we done? What have we done? We bought a bar. Everything has been approved. We did our due diligence. I'm a legalese. I can talk all that stuff. I just want to talk about common sense. You walk into our establishment, if you think our bar is a full-line restaurant when you walk in there, I'm sorry. I think you all need a different opinion. It's common sense. We got 80 square feet as a restaurant, as a kitchen. All this remodeling, this total remodeling that we've been talking about, has been changing of equipment. There's no remodeling happening. And by the way, nobody, not anybody on this council, planning commission, and I don't know who else, has asked me and Karen what our plans are for this business. Nobody. So I've heard a lot of opinions of what Aw Shucks is. Do you guys really know what our plans are? Like I said, we just got our feet under us. We have a lot of plans for this business. I didn't buy this business to keep it status quo, ladies and gentlemen. I bought it to grow it because I seen the opportunity. I can't grow it if I don't have the hours that I thought it had for the last 30 or 40 years. We have so many people that want to do private parties. First of all, I want to be a good citizen of Carmel. I don't want to have problems late at night. But we are more than willing, and our plans are to open later, to serve that community that maybe wants a drink at whatever time that may be. But certainly be able to support the private parties that we keep getting requests for. But when we do, we're going to be very diligent on the safety and health of the citizens in our city. So I think you all I think the answer is, by the way, this is not about Sadie's or Shucks. I think it's about, unfortunately, some of the decisions that past members have made here. Issue a new use permit. Mr. Logan deserves it. His business has been around here for 100 years, and let's get on with things. Thank you.
All right, I don't see anybody else. We've got two hands up. We've got Patrick and Christy. Patrick, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Thank you. Well, it seems like the question is it a bar or a restaurant? And so does it have 20% of its seating for bars? Well, when you go into Aw Shucks, all of the seats are bar seats. They're all at that level. But if you go to the oyster bar where all the bar seats are, you can get oysters at any of those seats, or you can get drinks at any of those seats. They are all bar seats. And they do comprise over 20% of the seating in the bar. So this is a bar, not a restaurant, and it has been so for decades. Keep it that way, and if you need to issue another permit for someone else, that's your choice. But this needs to stay as a bar restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Christie?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Great. I'm Christy Ramers, business owner and resident. I want to clarify something. There is a difference between ABC license and Carmel bar permit. And that distinction needs to be made clear here because many of the speakers are getting the two mixed up. ABC license 47 does mean that it's a drinking and food restaurant type establishment. Barmel has the same ABC license, by the way, but the Carmel bar permit allows a drinking establishment to be open until 2 a.m., whether or not it has a restaurant as part of its use. Many of our other restaurants that have a bar, like Vesuvio or Grazing's, don't stay open until 2 a.m. because they don't have one of the three the Carmel bar permits. It seems as though before a designation is taken away from an owner, that owner should be allowed the time to decide whether or not they want to take full advantage of its Carmel bar permit, meaning stay open late. This shouldn't be taken away without first working with that owner. I hope you support the appeal and give them the time they deserve. I may not be the most popular saying this, but I also do not believe we should have another Carmel bar permit given until we can get the current ones in compliance. Many of you do not live downtown, but I live at San Carlos and 7th, and Carmel between 12 and 2 a.m. here is an absolute circus. Thanks for listening.
Thanks for your perspective, Christy. All right. Is my council ready to take a break now? All right, we're going to take a break. I'm sorry for all the people that came for these other things, but we have to do our job, and we're doing it. So we're going to take a recess for, can we do it? Can we come back at 7? Everybody okay with that? We're going to come back at 7 sharp, so be here.
8 o'clock, sir.
Pardon?
It's
I'm sorry,
already
8.
7. Yeah.
My eyes are blurry at this point. We're going to come back at 8. I wish we could come back at 7. All right, thank you, everybody. All right, everybody, we're back in session. As we get started, I believe Councilperson Barron has an announcement to make regarding our agenda tonight.
Well, it's not an announcement, it's I guess a request of the council or someone, the council. One of the items at the end of tonight's agenda is the update on the Design Traditions 1.5 project, and it really seems like we're not gonna get there. So I'm talking about agenda item number 3, order of business, receive an update on the Design Traditions project, and that's the ad hoc committee composed of me and Councilmember Delves, and I see a number of, some committee members in the audience and some staff members, and it seems like we're not gonna get there, like given that we have to do the TOT thing first. So I would ask us to make sure it's okay with the council to postpone this until, May.
And I think, Brandon, you had some thoughts on why that might make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense because we have a plan to go to the planning commission tomorrow and get their feedback on the draft and the scope and the process. And so actually, if we come back to you in May, we'll have even more information to share with you in May. I checked in with our project manager on Tom Ford. He sees that it's not going to be any meaningful impact to the outcome of the project. So we are recommending that we do that as well.
I have a question on that. Does it impact the critical path at all?
No.
It doesn't impact the timing at all?
No, we'll continue to do, so we have the schedule laid out already. We'll continue to do those steps between now and when we come back to the council. We'll just have more information, more work done that we can share with council.
So you guys will actually start working on it
That's right.
for the next month?
That's right.
I'm good with it. We're doing it. Everybody said yes? Okay, so be it. All right. When we were last here, we had just finished public comment, I believe. And so we're gonna bring it back for discussion, deliberation up here on the council. Ready to go? Oh, we have some questions. That's right.
No, they have rebuttal time.
We haven't asked questions yet, though. You'd want to ask the questions first before the rebuttals? I'm okay with it. We need some advice.
Yeah, they could waive it, of course, but if not, they each have 5 minutes.
Do you want to do your rebuttal before our questions? Attorneys?
Yeah, I would suggest that you hold on the questions until all the
Okay.
public comment is.
Okay, go ahead and we can have your rebuttals now, both of you? If you want to move this forward, we can just start.
First, I just want to really acknowledge all the thoughtful comments.
Microphone.
Hello, how do I do it?
They have to turn it on.
I just want to acknowledge all the thoughtful comments in the discussion on both sides. Something super important to keep in mind that Mr. Retterer raised, that the drinking establishment use was a legal non-conforming use. Don't forget, the use permit did not allow the drinking establishment use. The use permit allowed the addition of food. So how can it be that the addition of food resulted in an abandonment of the use permit? It just makes no sense. So I think that there's an opportunity here to confirm the legal non-conforming use as the drinking establishment, making no changes to what they are currently allowed to do, which is to stay open till 2 in the morning on Friday, Saturday nights, whatever those rules are, and conform the documents to the reality and confirm the legal established drinking establishment use that allows the food that they serve now. And there is your win-win and avoids the rob Peter to pay Paul. So that's all I got, unless council has questions.
Hans, do you want to go ahead while he's here? I'm okay with that.
I'm trying to remember if it was you or the other council, but the question was, at one point you said the Carmel Municipal Code says there must be an intent to abandon a use for the use to be considered abandoned. And I was just wondering if you could kind of point me to where it says that in the code, because when I was looking at the code, I didn't see it or I didn't interpret it that way. So I was just curious if you could point me to it.
I don't know. Well, I didn't make that comment today. I've made that comment in the past, that intent is just a common principle in the law. And if you couple the lack of intent and the lack of any changed circumstance since the Planning Commission in 2015 affirmed the drinking establishment use, how do we get to abandonment?
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have a question for him? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just make a few brief comments before turning over to my client, who I promised time earlier and unfortunately did not have for him. So the main point here is that, of course, we're here today requesting that the City Council overturn the decision made by the Planning Commission. As you may recall, back on February 11th, 2026, the Planning Commission had two options before them. They chose one, finding abandonment. The other option was an opportunity to engage with TSD, to engage with A.W. Shucks about an amendment to the existing use permit. And of those two options, the second one really should have been the one that the Planning Commission took them up on. That being said, I'm going to turn this over to my client for further comment.
How many times do they leave you time like this? Anyway, situation again, going back, we follow the rules. I made sure, I worked with Brandon for years, that everything we did was upright. We never received the violation of noncompliance, no notice of noncompliance, nothing. So when we talk about abandonment, how was I supposed to know that we had a problem? If you came to me, you say, hey, John, look, it doesn't look like a bar, what do you want? Okay, let's go back to the original. Let me stay open till 2 a.m., 7 days a week, and I will talk to our tenant, and we can remedy this if you want another bar in town. That's not what the city wanted. They wanted to eliminate that late night drinking. Tim Maroney, who was a building official for many years, his declaration that you see in the packet, he was there during the time. Read his. He was there and he said it was always considered a bar. His ruling would be that's the way it was. And as far as when we look at that, if you wanted us to do something, work with me. But to come back later on and say, hey, guess what? You don't get a retake. It's just being stripped away from you. I don't think that's fair. I have nothing against Sadie's. I would love for you to make a fourth use. I know that's difficult. That probably won't be a way of going, so you have to choose. Okay? And that's a difficult thing to do at this point, and I understand that. But all I can say is that, again, time and time again, I made sure that we followed all the regulations. And when we had a question, when there was a purchase for a new tenant coming in, wanted to make sure that we were okay with the use. Brandon was kind enough to go through that, look at it. He memorized that it was legal and non-conforming. There's a lot of legal non-conforming uses in town. The complexity is when we went to that 2015 regulation, how does this work? Tim Maroney said, it's more of a pub. We're not quite, maybe I'll give you it, we're not a true drinking establishment, because a true drinking establishment is 18 and above, but that would mean that Carmel would go away and we would go away. And this ruling theoretically could say that someone can come back and say, hey, there's a precedent here. Now they've taken away A.W. Shucks' use permit. The kitchen at Carmel is a full-line kitchen. They operate off of their menu that's a full-line menu, but it's limited. It's an enhanced menu. So the whole thing of the kitchen area, I don't understand. But it does open up somebody else coming in, whoever, and saying, hey, you've made that ruling, therefore Carmel shouldn't have one. I want to open up another 48 in town. Now you'll have 48 establishments, 18 and above. The police chief is here. He probably would tell you that could be a problem. 3 places open to 2 a.m. All I'm asking is that, we did everything right. I follow the rules. I feel as if you strip that away from it, we're being penalized. If we can work with the city with that resolution number 2, which did originally what they said, it fixes the paperwork. The problem is, it's the restaurant. It can be a full line with more than 10%, and that fixes it. That's what I recommend. I would like you to overturn the Planning Commission. And if it's possible at the same time, that you can find a way to get that fourth use, all parties are satisfied. We come to you, you're supposed to solve problems, okay? I don't want to say you've created the problem, fix it. You know, you broke it, you fix it. And I think you can do that. I don't know, can you do it? I guess the attorney will tell us. That's my time. But if you had any questions because of the paper, I'd be more than glad to answer them. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Nice job. Yes, I'll give you a moment to come up. Come on up. Make it quick.
So this legal non-conforming use issue, so the 1993 staff report that was prepared on that use permit kind of conceded or acknowledged that the drinking place component of that premises, the drinking place use, was legally non-conforming, that really that permit was just designed to deal with the limited food use. And then the ordinance on the restricted commercial uses that said you could only have 3 drinking places happened in, I think it was 2004 is my recollection. I'm not sure exactly what the data is, but that was, when you look at the code and you look at the entry down below, it shows like a 2004 ordinance reference and a number. So our argument is that if it's a legally non-conforming use and we can make that finding in the resolution upholding the appeal, then there could be an additional finding that because it's legally non-conforming, it didn't count as one of the 3 restricted uses that came later in a 2004 ordinance. So there could be a way, you might have to have further conversations with your city attorney to be able to incorporate that finding into your resolution that could resolve the issue tonight. You know, no going back, amending the code, adding a fourth drinking place permit, but just acknowledging that this is legally non-conforming, wasn't subject to the limitations that are contained in the 2004 ordinance that established these restricted commercial uses, and then it's over. So that's just, I just wanted to add that clarification that I think there could be a mechanism to do that, where we can end the issues tonight and potentially allow call it a third, because this particular instance, it was legally non-conforming. So anyway, just a thought for the council's consideration.
Thank you. I appreciate that creative thought.
Thank you.
I'm not sure I totally understood it, but we'll discuss it. Okay. I think we're done with rebuttals, correct? All right, we're going to bring it back for our discussion, deliberation, you might say. And we'll get started with who wants to put their hand up.
I'll start.
Go ahead.
Starting with the end in mind, I'm prepared to overrule the Planning Commission and fine for the appellant and keep the drinking establishment use permit in place where it is today. Whenever it was, so you said 2004, that the Planning Commission established the limit of 3. That was, to me, a very important event for a variety of reasons. The first one is, this may have been intentional or not, but when they declared Sadie's and Carmel and A.W. Shucks as drinking establishments, as bars, they did not say that the operators of those businesses, it wasn't about, right, the operators of the business. It went with the land. So it goes with the owner. So whoever owns Carmel chooses to bring in a tenant, and that tenant runs the bar that they want to run. And we don't have a ton of rules about what a bar is or is not. You know, we got this 20% of the seats thing. And the owner of A.W. Shucks, represented by Mr. Plastini, did the same thing. They brought in, or they already had at the time, an operator, and that operator chose to run the bar that they wanted to run. And whether, you know, what the food service was or was not was up to them. It's a free market, it's a business decision. They can run the bar they want. And the owners of Sadie's had an operator who chose to run the bar that they ran. Those owners are going to make business decisions based on, you know, what's best for them, which is, I guess, why the owner of Sadie's didn't renew the lease, because they're going to pursue something that they may think works better for them with a different operator of their drinking establishment. You know, of that use. The other thing that, whether again it was intentional or not, that happened when three of them were created, they created scarcity. Scarcity creates value. So I believe that the owners of these use permits have value. And I really accept the arguments that were made by Mr. Savage, not necessarily the quantification of it, but, you know, the concept of goodwill. And we're learning in accounting class that, you know, goodwill isn't always good, right? Goodwill is the amount of extra money you're willing to pay for a business above really the book value of the business. It's risk. And, you know, you are going to pay more because there's something intangible, right, about the business that's worth more. I don't think I've got the right or the power to take that away from you, for whatever reason. I think the due process here, I won't even say the due process, the process was cumbersome historically. I'm afraid that happens in government because there's so much change. You know, the staff changes a lot and this group changes all the time. The Planning Commission changes all the time. And consistency and uniformity is sometimes difficult. Something that I think we're all working on is to get a little bit more of that into our government. But, you know, I think Mr. and Mrs. Bari, you know, sorry, I wrote it down, but I couldn't read my own writing. I mean, you said it, you bought a bar. And I'm not gonna be the guy that says, no, you didn't. You bought a bar and you get to run the bar the way you wanna run it. But the other thing that happened when we did that, you know, when we selected the three, and again, intentional or not, what happened is three specific locations were selected. The place where Sadie's was, the place where Barmel is, and the place where A.W. Shucks is, you were sort of declaring, those are the bars. That's where the bars are today, that's where the bars will be tomorrow, and that's where they'll be in the future. And that gives certainty to the neighborhood. A lot of people don't want to live next to a bar, and a lot of people don't want a bar moving in next to them. And so when you move to town, you can figure out, oh, there's three bars that might be open after 10 o'clock, midnight till 2 o'clock. Again, it's their business model, it's their choice. But you know that, or at least you have reason to know that. So I don't think we are here to consider solving the problem of Sadie's. That we're not here to consider adding a fourth permit. And I'm not saying it's appealing or unappealing to me. That's not why we're here. And I think that's a very different process. And even if we could do it here, or we're prone to do it here, I wouldn't. Because again, I don't want to just assign or enable another use permit kind of without knowing where it's going. Because we owe that to the citizens, especially the ones that live downtown. Because otherwise it just goes where, it follows the money and it goes where it wants to. And suddenly one of the more quiet streets in the city becomes louder at night. So, we talked a lot about common sense. I think this is common sense. And I think, that we just need to restore the status quo here. And, thanks to everybody for your passion and your interest in the topic. I would love it if you would show up for the budget meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Well done. Jeff, why don't you go next, if you're ready.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for coming, and I'll echo Bob's budget meeting comments. Like Bob, I'll start with the lead, and I'll say I also believe that we should grant the 2 appeals. I'll start by saying that I appreciate the work that the Planning Commission did to uphold the municipal code of the city, and I appreciate their willingness to correct what they perceive as an error that has been sort of progressively made over the course of the many past years. That said, I believe that the planning commission is not given appropriate deference to prior decisions of the same planning commission, as should be common practice. And I think the case in point was something that I brought up early, the discussion of the 6 bar seats at the Oyster Bar as bar seats or not bar seats, which means, of course, that years ago, the remaining high top seats, the bars around the seats around the table were classified as bar seats in order to meet the bar seating requirement, the 20%. And putting aside the obvious question of what kind of seats the Oyster Bar seats are, I believe that it was a mistake to not give, for the planning commission, to not give deference to previous decisions that rely on the same set of facts without a change of circumstances. And the bar seat discussion is a good example of that lack of deference, because it's clear to me that at one point, and certainly in 2004, when these uses were established, it's clear that A.W. Shucks was in compliance with a number of bar seats. And I believe that the planning commission should have deferred to that historical analysis rather than trying to redo that analysis. The process that was propelled by the planning commission should have been a subsequent look at a previous decision by the planning commission, and should have involved deference to previous decisions and previous sets of facts. What the actual conducted process was, but should not have been, was a decision towards a new use permit, a decision that starts with a blank slate and provides for more interpretation and more direction from the planning commission. To change my own direction, the city is not an island where mistakes that might have been made in the past, and I emphasize the word might here because that is not a determination that I am prepared to stipulate to. The city is not an island where the past can be arbitrarily and summarily corrected. Previous owners of A.W. Shucks have relied on the city's assurances that their vested rights of their drinking establishment use permit have been maintained over the years. And had those assurances not been repeatedly given, the renovation path and corresponding business license and use permit path that A.W. Shucks has traveled down might have been different. For example, if A.W. Shucks has been told that the installation of tables or the installation of a stove would have abrogated their use permit, the remodeling path that they undertook might have been different. In addition, A.W. Shucks has been told on more than one occasion that their use permit as his drinking establishment was fully intact. Not only was A.W. Shucks told this recently by the director of planning as the establishment was sold, but A.W. Shucks was also told this by our own planning commission, the very same planning commission, in 2015. For the city to now say that this use has been abandoned, when in fact A.W. Shucks has not changed how they do business, for the city to make this determination would be a violation of state and perhaps federal law by both denying the business and the property owner of their vested property rights as represented by their use permit, and by violating equitable estoppel principles, the notion that they have conducted their business based on representations that have been repeatedly made by the city, representations that still hold weight, as once again, A.W. Shucks has not changed the nature of their business. For these reasons, I believe that we should grant the 2 appeals.
Thank you, Jeff. Han, do you want to go?
So I feel like every time we do one of these hearings, I always want to lead with this. So we wear 2 hats, which is, I think, a kind of a strange thing for people that are elected. But we have a policy hat, and 99% of the time, you see us wearing that policy hat. You probably are sitting there looking at us, thinking we're wearing that hat today, right? That's when we're talking about, should we have addresses? Should we ban pickleball? Should we have 3 or 4 drinking establishments in town? And then we have these quasi-judicial hearings where we're focused, narrowly on, in this case, a property owner and a business, and their appeal of the planning commission's, land use decision and how that comports with the municipal code. And those are 2 very different things. So, should the city amend its policy to have a 4th drinking establishment? I think it's worth a discussion. I'm interested in hearing what the broader community thinks about that, but that's just not the focus of the meeting tonight. So, I tried to break this down into questions for myself, and the first one was, is it a drinking establishment or is it a full-line restaurant? And I like to just go back to the city code when I'm doing these hearings, just to see like what does the actual language say. And we've had a lot of people tonight say that it's sort of a slam dunk one way or the other, and I think if you actually look at the language, it's really not. I guess first, there's a lot of things that were mentioned tonight that just frankly aren't in the definitions in the code. So are kids allowed? Like, that's really a state license issue, like the percentage of revenue. The pieces of the code that I was able to identify, there's section 17.68.050, and it's the section called commercial use classifications. And so drinking places, it says businesses serving beverages for consumption on the premises as a primary use and including on-sale service of alcohol, including beer, wine, and mixed drinks. So there it does say as a primary use. For restaurants, full line, it says restaurants providing a full line of prepared food and drinks. These restaurants provide table service to patrons of all ages who pay after eating. It's just a pretty thin definition, honestly. And then you get to one other section that says additional use regulations. This is section 17.14.040I. And here, the definition of a full-line restaurant says, and there's two components to it, and it's an and logic. So to be a full-line restaurant, both of these have to be true. The first part is the applications, menus, and plans indicate that the business will primarily be a restaurant. So that's one part. And that no more than 20% of the total number of seats are at a bar or in a separate bar room. So if that second part's not true, then it's not a full-line restaurant. And more to the point, it actually says, it goes on to say, if the use does not meet this standard, the standards in the drinking places section shall apply to the use. So, that piece about the number of seats at the bar is actually like pretty important. It doesn't really give us a definition of like, is an oyster bar seat a bar seat or not? So like none of these things are slam dunks either way, is my point. It's really quite ambiguous. The next question is, are they operating outside of the use permit from 1993? And it says you can't have a stove. It has a specific menu. So I think yes, like they're clearly not within the black letter of that use permit. The next question is, has the use been abandoned? And when you look at the section of the code about who makes the determination about whether a use has been abandoned, it's the director of community planning and building. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the director of community planning and building, to my knowledge, has never made a determination that they're in violation of their use permit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so for 1993, so we're talking about 30 plus years, that determination has never been made. So then it's only this planning commission decision in February. And you go back to this sort of litany, this chronology of permits and approvals. And like honestly, let's call it what it is, right? Like the city has not covered itself in glory in this chronology. So I believe it should not have granted those building permits and businesses licenses over the years, right? If we could go back, I think everyone would agree, most people would agree. They should have looked at the requirements in the initial use permit and said, sorry, we're not going to do those things. But we now have a 35-year history, and it's not like it happened last year. It's 35 years, and there's multiple points where this was reinforced over time. And it's been brought up, but just to quickly go over some of these things, like the initial building permits in like the mid-1990s, 2008 and 2009, there's a building permit for the commercial kitchen with an oven, which is specifically not allowed in the use permit. In 2015, the Planning Commission reaffirmed that Aw Shucks is one of the 3 drinking establishments in town, right? Like that was the Planning Commission. And to the points that were made earlier, nothing about their operation has changed since then. And then in August of 2023, the former director of community planning and building, when there was a change of ownership, so we had a private actor, a business owner, go to the city and say, all right, as he said, he's trying to do his due diligence, right? They go to the city and they say, hey, before we make this investment, let's confirm a few things. And I'll read a couple of them because I think they're worth reading. He said, these are quotes from Brandon's email. He stated that the city had determined it had memorialized the additional cooking equipment and restaurant operation by approving a building permit in August of 2008. And in this case, even though the original use permit sets a limit on the type of equipment and menu, the city took an official action to approve the updated kitchen and menu it was meant to prepare, thereby creating a legal non-conforming situation that is allowed to continue under the city's municipal code. I mean, that history over that period of time, I think it's pretty clear that they do have vested rights there. They've been operating in good faith. As a city, there has to be some basic business predictability. And I think this is sort of a classic situation. So the concern that I have, like Jeff's point about the Planning Commission probably needs to defer to its prior ruling. There is sort of a stare decisis component to this. It sort of feels to me like double jeopardy for the Planning Commission, same body, albeit largely new faces, to make a different determination in 2026 when it's the exact same fact pattern as it was in 2015. So look, I understand the other perspective, which is basically the spirit of the law is that there's supposed to be 3 true bars in town, and Bar Mel and Aw Shucks are a little bit less than that outside the definition that's in the code. But again, that's not the point of this hearing tonight. So that's something we could take up at some point, but it's just not the point of this hearing. So I would also uphold the appeals, and I would do that by supporting amending use permit 9345 to omit limited food service and add a full-line restaurant as an ancillary use that's greater than 10% of the primary use as a drinking establishment. And I would be interested at some point later in having the city attorney opine on the suggestion that was made earlier about legally non-conforming uses and using that as a mechanism. So, thank you.
Thank you. I support Resolution 2 granting the appeals of the Planning Commission resolution and having AW Shucks apply to the city for an amendment to use permit number 9345 to omit limited food service and to add a full-line restaurant as an ancillary use that is greater than 10% of the primary use as a drinking establishment. Once again, I know I'm going to be repeating some of what we've heard, but the key dates and city actions, the first is in 1993, the Planning Commission approved use permit UP 9345 to add limited food and to an existing drinking establishment. The second in the chronology is September 2015, when the Planning Commission recognized A.W. Shucks as one of 3 drinking places in the city. And third, in August of 2023, under the new and current owner for the business license as a full-line restaurant with drinking place as an ancillary use, and the same quote that Hans had, quote, "a legal non-conforming situation that is allowed to continue," end quote. I think it's also very important to look at the visual evidence, just the actual establishment. The bar is so prominent when you walk in, and you are overwhelmed at the number of bottles that they have there. I looked online and I found some interesting quotes. One of them is from Visit Carmel. It's the carmelcalifornia.com website. And this is from the previous owners. And the emphasis is really what a large number of different brands they carry. And the quote is, "We have 135 scotches, 50 vodkas, 81 bourbons and whiskeys, 36 gins, 23 brands of rum, and 65 tequilas." Couple other quotes that I have. In those same marketing materials, they called themselves a seafood pub. Now, if you look up the definition of the word pub, this is directly what it says. It is a drinking establishment licensed to serve alcoholic beverages on the premises. And also on that same online material, the menu shows the extensive offerings for alcohol. Another very important point is the number of seats at the bar. A.W. Shucks has 45 seats. You add the 8 and the 16, and that's 14, which is 31% at the bar. And the Carmel Municipal Code states that if there's more than 20% of the total seats are at a bar, then the drinking place standards apply. I believe that the drinking establishment use has never been abandoned by the owners. It has been and continues to be a bar for the past 65 years. The business and property owners have not done anything wrong and have acted in good faith throughout. I agree with the arguments about vested rights and equitable estoppel. Once again, I support the appeal and overturning the Planning Commission decision, which was not based on a factual analysis.
Thank you. I think we had 4 pretty complete statements there. I think that the planning, I do not like the idea of overruling the Planning Commission. They're there for a reason. They're there to enforce our municipal code. And I think in their mind, with the evidence that they were presented, I think they did that. This is a different hearing. We saw different people speaking in different ways. And I think some of the things that really came up tonight were, there's just a lot that's taken place over the years, and this is not a simple thing of just enforcing the municipal code. I think it's also an element of fairness, and I'm going to support option 2. So I think we have five votes for option 2 at this point. We'll get a motion in a second and do it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't ask this
Yeah, go
before,
ahead.
Brian. Or maybe it's Anna. So option number 2, I'm looking at statements number, it's on page 36 of the packet. So the first three paragraphs. Applying to the city within the 45 calendar days of the date of the approval. Use permit to omit limit. Do those, maybe it's numbers 3, 4, and 5, and I'm sorry we didn't do this work before. Are they, this is on page 36 of the packet. Yeah, so go down where you're looking. Yeah, that's probably the easiest thing.
Oh, sorry, give us a second.
It's run by Goblin.
Goblins.
Do numbers 3, 4, and 5 work together? Like the city council grants the appeals conditional upon applying to the city within 45 calendar days. So number 3 is that A.W. Shuck, the property owner, however it is that works, has to apply for a change to their use permit. Right?
Right.
But then what is number 4?
4 states that if they do make the application within 45 days, the city council's decision is final.
Regardless of what, so maybe the thing that got me going is, what happens if the planning commission says no? Like, it says they make the application within 45 days, and then number 5 says they don't make the application within 45 days, and then there are consequences to pay. So let's say they make the application within 45 days, and John Plastini does what we're asking him to do.
Yes.
What happens if they apply and then things get like kinked up at the planning commission?
Then they can appeal it back to you.
Well, so the planning commission has an unlimited, so they can operate as they are with their permit. So as part of this hearing, they can operate as they are with their current permit. And then the planning commission has an unlimited amount of time to make a yes or no decision. Like, that's the way that this is written, that's like, so they have to make their application within 45 days, and then, 25 days after that, they go before the planning commission, however many days that is. So we're 2 months down the road. And then the planning commission gets as much time as they want, right, to approve the permit?
Are you suggesting like the planning commission could just keep continuing it indefinitely?
Well, what if the planning commission says no?
Then the applicants could appeal that decision to you.
So
I'm really not interested in that option.
So
Well, you can't, sorry, Anna. I'm just gonna say, you can't,
Okay.
you can't tell the planning commission what to do, I guess. You can't, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can't dictate to the planning commission what the decision is they make.
So you've heard his question, and my question is, so we can't alter the use permit here and prevent all this from happening?
Okay. The answer is you can do what's in this resolution. I wrote these paragraphs to allow you the flexibility of granting it. That's what the purpose of Resolution 2 is to conditionally grant the appeal. And the whole purpose of Resolution 2 is to allow Shucks the opportunity to go back, and I've heard some people call it as correct the paperwork or whatever you want to call it, but their use permit would be amended from its current uses to having it as a drinking place and a full-line restaurant as an ancillary use.
So we've said what we think we want to happen, but the planning commission isn't bound to do that?
Well, that's because your code says that the planning commission would have that authority. So you don't have that authority. If the planning commission makes the decision to approve the use permit, that approval could get appealed to the council as well. So that's why you see this kind of chronology of how these events would go forward. So after the planning commission makes its decision, either approving or not approving, if there's no appeal, that's final. If there is an appeal, it comes back to you for decision on the planning commission decision about the amendment to the use permit.
And then that decision would be final.
Yeah, that was a good question.
So they would apply for a use permit, and if the planning commission says no,
They
we can approve the use permit
Yeah,
then?
in a couple of ways. One is that it could be appealed by the parties, or the council could exercise its authority to, with 2 members, to bring it up for review. The planning commission decision.
Okay, so if they get a no decision, and then the next day, for example, I talk to Bob, just to pick some random council member that is gonna vote yes, but gonna vote for this option, we could call it up to the planning, call it up to council and save them the appeal, save both parties the subsequent appeal fee.
Yes.
And then,
Okay, well, I guess-
we can make it final?
Yes,
It doesn't have to go back to the planning commission
it
again?
would be final when it comes, if and when it comes back to you.
And they know that's going to happen, so it's not likely they're gonna turn it down.
Well, there would be a staff report.
We don't speculate on that, sir.
Yeah,
I
well,
would
there'd be a
say-
staff
I would
report
say
from
it's
Anna,
probably-
and she would explain the options.
Well, it's a process we have to do.
It is
we
a
have to do
process.
this.
The answer is yes.
That risk has to be taken.
That
Okay.
process has to be followed.
Yes, yes. Okay, that's another way of saying it.
I've got another question for Brian. Do we also have the authority to refund the Bassies the amount that they paid for the appeal?
You do.
And is that something we can decide tonight?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to,
Here's how you,
Okay.
here's how you would do that. You would add a section, well, I probably spoke too quickly. The answer is yes, if you add language to the resolution that would result in that waiver. So if you want to make it, so we've got 1 through 5 here, so to keep the numbering easy, you could add a section 6 to this page we're looking at here, 36, which would say that the council approves the waiving of the refund of the appeal fees that were filed by, I guess, A.W. Shucks and by the building owner. So TSD, I think, is that their name?
okay, so for both parties.
Yeah. Well, I guess you could do it for just one party.
Well,
Which one?
let's do both.
Whoever paid for it.
So for clarification, it would be add 6 under now therefore be it resolved.
Yeah, there's
Refunding,
Right, there's 1 through 5.
add 6 refunding for
Add
one
6.
party and 7 refunding for party number 2.
No, I think you could do it all in one, so it'd be just 6 would be the council approves a refund of the appeal fee that was paid by A.W. Shucks LLC and the appeal fee paid by TSD Carmel Properties LP.
And it's okay to take this action with the amendment, even though there's no number on the resolution? Do we need to assign it a number at this point?
Perhaps the city clerk knows what the next number in order would be? I don't think it was given a number because it wasn't known which one you were going to approve.
So 2026-023.
Yes.
I'm sorry, no, but what number was that again?
2026-023.
So when it comes time to make the motion.
I'm writing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Did you want?
Yeah,
I have something to
please
say.
proceed.
Okay, so when it comes time to make the motion, you do not have to read this full title of this resolution. You can just say that you're going to make a motion to approve Resolution 2026-023 as included in the agenda packet.
As Exhibit 2.
As Attachment 2, which is to consolidate the appeals and to conditionally grant, for the appeals to be granted conditionally.
As modified.
Pardon me?
As modified.
Yeah, thank you, as modified with the addition of Section 6.
Okay. I'm going to do that. So I'll make a motion.
I'd like to finish.
Oh.
I have a couple comments. Not pertinent to yes or no, just, I think Bob brought up some of this. As it's sort of an after-action situation, I think it would be very good for the planning department to debrief on everything that's happened since 1993 and just make sure we never let this happen again. And I'm not sure that this is cleaning up everything we need to clean up. Are you convinced that it is?
My advice on that, Mayor, is that you have that under future agenda items rather than as a discussion on this
Okay.
item.
I'm just suggesting we do that, and I'll do that in a second when we finish the future.
Understood,
agenda
but
items.
I'm suggesting you wait.
Okay, just go ahead. I think we've got this going. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution as listed as attachment 2 in the agenda packet, as modified with the section 6 that we have discussed here, that orders the consolidation of the 2 appeals, finds that the proposed action by the city council is not a project as defined by and not subject to CEQA, and grants the appeals filed by TSD Properties and AW Shucks LLC.
I'll second it.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Booter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeremo?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Thank you, everybody. That was an interesting experience.
Okay, now on to the even more complicated.
All right, we're gonna now, I gotta go back and find this. Okay, could everybody clear the room? We'd like to keep moving. That's not clearing the room. Cindy, could you please? The chief's going to take care of it. All right. Okay, we're our second order of business. Discussions of draft resolutions and ordinance relating to a potential ballot measure to increase the city's transient occupancy tax from 10 to 12%. Direction regarding the submission of such ballot measure to the city's voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election. Who's going to run this one? Okay, go ahead.
Turn on the mic. So, thank you, Mayor. This is can we go back to the opening slide, please? Yep. So, as this slide suggests, we're going to be discussing draft resolutions relating to a potential ballot measure with respect to the transit occupancy tax. Next slide. So by way of background, the current city's transit occupancy tax is 10%, and the request is being made of you as to whether to consider amending your code with respect to the transit occupancy tax. There's 2 resolutions in the packet. Next page. Resolution number 1 is calling for the election and submitting the ballot measure, and resolution number 2 is submitting the ballot measure if there's already been a calling for the election. So the logic to why there's 2 is that it depends on when you adopt the resolution, and perhaps the city clerk could educate us on when she plans on bringing back the resolution for the calling of the election.
It's on the forecast to have the resolution calling for the election in June, so that's when it's planned.
All right, so given that information, you could go with resolution number 2, and in June, there would be 2 actions. The first, assuming you approve them, the first would be to approve a resolution calling the election, and the second one would be to approve a resolution to submit the ballot measure. And we might be able to fold that into one. I need to do some further review on that, but it would either be 1 or 2 resolutions. The calling of the election would definitely be the first piece of business there in June. So the next slide, please. Here's the ballot question that's in your packet, and I'm not going to read to you from the screen, you can see it, but it basically is, shall this ballot measure for funding for general government purposes by increasing the transit occupancy tax paid by lodging guests from 10 to 12%. That would provide approximately $1.9 million annually, and that's until ended by voters. The reason why it says until ended by voters is that the election code has a requirement that you specify the duration, and that would be a specification of the duration. So let's go to the next slide about what votes are required. Under Proposition 218, the city may only increase a general tax, which this would be because it's for general purposes, not for specific purposes, if A, 2/3 of the members of the council, which since you've got a 5-member council, 2/3 is 4 affirmative votes, they approve the placing of the tax measure on the ballot. And secondly, in terms of the vote by the electorate, that would be a majority vote, 50% plus 1. If it were a special tax, then it's a 2/3 vote, but this is a general tax. So, next slide. In terms of submitting the measure to the voters, the council would need to adopt a resolution, submits the measure to the voters, increasing the rate, requests consolidation of the general municipal election with a statewide election, and then authorizes the drafting of the primary arguments and directs the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis and authorizes rebuttal arguments. All right, next slide. Informational activities. After the measure has been certified for a ballot, the city is prohibited from spending any city resources to support or oppose the ballot measure. The city is able to provide information to the public in a neutral and unbiased manner and in a format that is not argumentative. It's my recommendation that prior to taking some action with regard to the measure, if you approve it, that you might want to check with me first to make sure that you satisfy all the legal requirements for doing so. Next slide. All right, this is a slide that was added to recognize that the Carmel Innkeepers Association submitted a 9-page analysis, which is in the packet as attachment 5. It's expressing opposition to the TOT increase, and it also discusses the potential impacts of total visitor costs on demand, competitive positioning, and a long-term tax generation. I assume that we'll be hearing some public comment for further details on that. All right, let's go to the next slide. This is a slide that, that I prepared based on the logic of creating a new 2% tax, because your current tax is 10%. And we're talking about if this alternative language were used, you would then have a new 2% tax. And I think this is a more efficient and clear measure if you did it this way. So as I gave it further thought and as I was preparing for the hearing, I came to that conclusion. And so the change to the title of the ordinance that's in your packet would be as you see it here. Next slide. And consistent with the comment that I just made about designating this as a new tax, you see the language here. This would be the amendment to section 3.22020, which would specify that, as you see in the beginning, you've got a tax of 10% plus a new tax in the amount of 2% of the rent charged by the operator for a total tax in the amount of 12% of the rent. So you have the existing 10%, then you have the new 2%, and then you get to the total of 12, excuse me. All right, next slide. Again, this is to further clarify the ordinance with respect to the 2%. This would be an amendment to section 3.32130 under the disposition of proceeds, and it would add a new section there which would specify that the additional 2% added by this ordinance. Do we have an ordinance number for this one yet, Nova?
Yeah, but I need to see.
While you're looking at that, I'll continue. You interrupt me when you find it. So the additional 2% would be added by this ordinance, it shall be added to the general fund for usual and current expenses. Again, that is confirmation that this is a general tax. So, next slide. In order to be consistent with the previous 3 slides about the new tax, there's some editing that would be needed to the ballot question, and you can see it in red line here. It talks about the funding being for general government purposes, gives some examples, and then says and other general purposes by establishing a new transit occupancy tax, and I'm just going to say TOT so I don't have to keep saying transit occupancy tax, of 2% paid by lodging guests to the operators of hotels and hosteleries, in addition to the existing 10% TOT, with the new 2% providing approximately 1.9 million annually until ended by voters, be adopted. Now, I know that's a mouthful, but the law requires that there be sufficient information so that the voter understands what they're voting on. They would certainly get further information that's available to them with regards to that, the resolution and the ordinance itself. But this is the ballot measure that they would ballot question they'd be voting on. All right, next slide. So let's talk a moment about the election timeline. We got a kind of a preview on that earlier from Nova's comments. In April and May is to review the ballot language, and then in June to have the resolution adopted calling for the general election, requesting consolidation. As I said before, I've got to do a little research to see if we have that resolution calling for the election, if we can also at the same time include the language with respect to the TOT. If we can, of course, I think that would make more sense to combine it. If we have to have separate resolutions, we can do that too. The first resolution would be calling the election, the next one would be presenting the ballot measure. According to Nova, the deadline to adopt the resolution to add the ballot measure is July 7th. And then at your meeting on that date, I believe that's because the county requires that we get it to them. And then if we came to you in August, it would be very short turnaround. And then, as you can see, July to October, public outreach and engagement. Then there's some filing periods. You see the dates there on the screen for the primary ballot arguments and also for the city attorney to submit the impartial analysis as well as the timeline for the rebuttal arguments. And then election day, November 3rd, 2026. Next slide. So the recommendation is to discuss the 2 draft ordinances that are in your packet that I've described in my earlier comments, and the proposed ordinance, including the alternative language. And then, secondly, I guess it's redundant. Number 2 is discuss the alternative language. So I guess you'll do that twice. And then the third one is a motion providing direction to staff regarding the submission of the ballot measure to the voters. So I'm prepared, I guess, one more slide. Do I have another one or no? Is that it? Questions? I'm prepared to respond to questions. I see a hand.
Thanks, Brian, for your presentation. I do have a question. I didn't quite understand why we're doing the alternative text, because I found it a bit confusing by calling it a new tax rather than an increase. So what's the reasoning behind that?
Yeah,
It's also not in the
Before you
packet.
say something, this thing that we have in front of us doesn't have the alternative text in it.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
It does not.
The printed version they have
does not.
doesn't, so
Okay.
Marissa is making copies of it right now. Yep.
I didn't realize that it didn't.
So can we
get it? Want to take
Can we-
2 minutes
can
to
we
run a
take
copy?
2 minutes?
Yeah, Marissa's over there making copies right now.
Well, we can do both. Why don't we put up the alternative language so we can be talking about it, but in the meantime, we can wait for copies too. So did you want to just pause, or could we, if Alessandra's got a question on one of the particular, let's back up to the first alternative one. Okay, that's the title of the ordinance. The logic of why it would be a new tax is because this is the first time it's going to the voters under Prop 218. Now you're required to take the tax to the voters. So the current code that you have was approved by city council approval. And it has certain designations in it that you'll see in the packet of how the funds are to be spent. So what this would do, if we have the alternative language, is to basically separate the 10% that have been approved by council and what those spending limitations are from the 2% that would be approved by the voters and what limitations are there, which are none because they're for general funds. So the thought being that we didn't want to mix the two and just say we're increasing from 10 to 12, and then somehow that creates some legacy language from the prior ordinance as to what the money could be spent on. Because we want it to be clear that this is a general tax, not a special tax.
Okay, thanks. And then I have one more question. It was on a upcoming slide. It was about how it would be used. And I was wondering, because the language was vague, if we want to make it more specific or if it was deliberately left vague.
Okay, can we go to that slide that's got the ballot to measure? We'll get there.
It said something about use.
Well, where did it go? Keep going. There must be. Oh, you went backwards. It comes after the alternative language slides. So keep going. Go one. Another time. One more.
There we go. Wait. I think we
There
actually
we go.
had it.
Well-
Shall be added to the general fund for usual and current expenses. Are we deliberately leaving that vague, or do we want to say, for operating our police force and running our city and giving a little bit more idea about how it's spent, or you can't do that?
Understood. This is designed to eliminate any question that it's a general tax. But now let's go to the ballot question, which is the next.
So Brian, can I interject on that one? So this is so there could be a general tax, but as we talked about before, if it passes as a general tax, the city council as a policy, like in your budget, can adopt a policy that says that doesn't tie future councils, but it's a policy versus having the voters decide that's what it's for. So that's the difference here.
Okay.
If you put that language in this, it needs to be a 66 plus one.
But even if there was something I remember seeing that just said like operating the city with, and it had a couple examples like police force, like general things that are not going to be requiring the 66%, specifically going to be used for maintenance at Devondor Park kind of thing. And
So we've done that in the ballot question. Shall the measure provide funding for the city's general government purposes, such as, and so it gives examples. For example, infrastructure improvements, public safety, and other general municipal purposes. This has been recognized as acceptable language for a ballot question. Many cities have done this with examples of how it is to be spent, but no requirement that it be spent in that manner.
okay, so that other one is okay to just leave very vague, and then this
Yes.
is, okay, got it.
Yes.
Thanks.
I have a question for Brandon. This whole discussion and Alessandra's comments got me thinking about this. There's presumably, consultants that work on this stuff presumably have, sorry, no worries. Presumably have a good handle on, they've probably polled a lot of this language in all kinds of different places. Like, this is not a new concept. And so I'm personally not interested in polling our residents, but is there a world in which we would try to engage a consultant on a super limited basis just to look at the language here? Because Brian could tell us if language is, verboten or not, but, we also, to Alessandra's point, are trying to be as, we want to make the language as appealing as possible.
We could definitely do that. I think that, when we come back to you next month and talk about, the draft language with respect to the sales tax, one of my recommendations is going to be to do just that, to engage a consultant that understands how ballot measures work in general, so we can make that part of their scope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Brian? Looks like there aren't any questions for you. All right.
I'm available if there's questions.
Yeah. I think you got them. Okay.
I think you're ready for public comment if you're done
We're
with
going
the
to go for
questions.
public comment. How many people are going to comment? All right, good.
Thank God. All right. This matter is so important to me that I gave up my grandson's musical production at the Sunset Center this evening. My name is Andy Carr. I'm a resident of Carmel-by-the-Sea, and I've also past owner of several hotels in Carmel, not all at the same time. The Coachman's Inn, the Green Lantern Inn, the Carmel Oaks Inn, as well as owning properties in Monterey. I cannot believe that the TOT has not been raised in 30 years. That makes no sense to me. It's a revenue for the city. It helps the residents. The sign behind you is that the residents come first, that anything else is secondary. And I just don't understand how it's been allowed to go this long without being raised. It was 6% in 1975, 8% in 1978, and then in 1998 it was raised to 10%, and that's when I had my businesses here. And I can remember the discussion and, the protocol, and I'm blown away that I had no idea, I wasn't paying attention, that it hasn't been raised all this time. I went online to try and find out the average TOT tax in resort areas. It's anywhere from 10.5% to 15%, with additional self-assessments being done as there's a self-assessment here. I know it's not the only thing that funds our town, but it's a very important one. And I think we've had enough time go by where it hasn't been raised, and I think it's time to do it. I've heard people say that we don't need to raise the TOT tax as the hotel rates have been greatly increased, and it brings additional revenue, and that is all true, but guess what? As a city, you're entitled to both, and we need both. Prices have gone up on both sides, and our city needs both sides of that revenue to maintain itself. When I looked into it further, I thought maybe it should be raised to 14%, but I don't want to be unreasonable. 12% is good. I'm not opposed to 14%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the intro. Do you have the presentation?
Is it the one from Mark?
Yes. So hi, good afternoon or evening, Carrie Tice with the Carmel Innkeepers Association, co-owner of the Hofstas House. Mark and I are going to give a presentation within our 3 minutes each. So, thank you.
I think we agreed.
Which Mark?
Oh, yeah, which Mark? Mark Watson is going to follow me.
Well, let's get this
And
straight.
then Mark Stillwell, and then Pam.
I agreed to give you more time, so let's get it straight, how much you're going to take.
We only have 7 slides, so we'll be able to highlight it. So
I'll be a little lenient with you.
thank you. The Carmel innkeepers are gonna focus on, should Carmel raise the hotel tax, in terms of whether the raise in hotel tax depends entirely on some information that has unintended consequences. Please look at the data, and we're going to present data over time that will highlight some of what Andy said, and we'll see very clear pattern emerges. Revenue growth in Carmel has not been driven by higher tax rates. It's been driven by stronger hotel performance that we, as hotel people, have driven. We haven't asked the city to do that. We have done it ourselves with pricing power, occupancy, and reinvestment in our hotels. So tonight we'll walk through some of the data and understand what the long-term consequences of a tax increase would do, not only to the hotels, but the other businesses in the city. This chart shows the blue is the CPI increase over the years, and the orange is the cumulative increase in Carmel, what we call RevPAR, which is revenue per available room. And before 2013, hotel revenue growth in Carmel was roughly in line with the CPI. And it's important to remember what happened during the decades prior. The transient occupancy tax went from 6 to 10% by the late 1990s, as was mentioned. During that period, the years that followed, there was little reinvestment in our hotels with that big increase, to the point where the mayor of Carmel called us up and said, "What's going on? Why aren't you guys reinvesting in your hotels?" When a larger portion of revenue is taken through taxes, there's less available for property improvements. So growth remains modest and largely tracks inflation. With the creation of the HID, we had a more focused marketing program, and the RevPAR, the key measure of hotel performance, began growing at a faster rate of 8 to 9% per year compared to 3 to 4% of inflation. That translates directly into higher TOT revenue for the city. TOT revenue, if we had just been leaving it without the impacts of the HID, Hospitality Improvement District, today, in 2025, we would have only seen about $7 million in TOT revenue for the city. But what we're seeing is almost 10 million. So we've done this organically ourselves by increasing TOT revenue to the city. When we reinvest in our hotels, we support revenue growth, and we keep the product at a high level, which is what our guests want to see coming to this unique city. Going to the previous person's, if you had allowed me to go first, Andy, this side is higher pricing power delivers higher TOT, not higher tax rates. So the TOT production per hotel room for Carmel, even though it has the lowest TOT rate, is higher compared to the other cities of City of Monterey, Pacific Grove, Marina, and Seaside, because our rates are higher, because our product is better. So we don't need higher taxes to get better revenue. What we need is a good product, and that will bring in more revenue. Carmel generates significantly more tax per room than cities with a higher revenue because they don't, that average hotel rate per room is much lower. average hotel rate for Marina is probably $125. For Carmel, it's three something. So we're getting that TOT revenue with the rate increase, not necessarily with higher revenue, percent TOT. We have a case study of a local, recent Half Moon Bay. Oh, is that you? Oh, thanks.
Good evening, council. Sorry to interrupt you, Carrie. So we have a real-world example. I've never used this before. Hopefully I can figure it out. Of what happens when you raise the TOT, what kind of impact that has. Up in Half Moon Bay, they raised the rates, their tax rate from 12 to 14% in 2021, and then they raised it again to 15% in 2022. Prior to that, you can see that the unincorporated areas around Half Moon Bay tracked about the same occupancy as the city hotels. After COVID and then the subsequent increases to the city hotels, there's a significant drop in occupancy for the city hotels compared to the other outlying unincorporated properties. The demand did not disappear, it just shifted. You know, today, and Carmel actually has a lot more competition around us than Half Moon Bay. Today, there's the way that the pricing is displayed to travelers includes the tax. Now, I'm guilty of, in the past, never paying attention to what the tax was. It was always an afterthought. And I think a lot of us, Maria brought that up to me earlier, that you didn't really look at what the tax consequence was. But now, with the new law, you have to include the tax in your total cost. So visitors are shopping the total cost, the room rate plus the tax, when they're comparing where they want to stay. And I forgot to mention too that we have a lot more competition around us, and we're going to have another 1,000 rooms come online in the Monterey Peninsula. That's like adding another Carmel to the Monterey Peninsula to compete with on and to try to maintain our pricing power in light of a potential tax increase. It's a very real risk, as you can see from this graph. If you raise the taxes substantially, it will affect the occupancy. And that's laid out here as well. Using an established elasticity research for the hotel industry, when the total price of a hotel stay increases, demand will decline. A 2% increase in TOT is expected to reduce demand by about 5,000 rooms in Carmel annually. That translates to roughly $2 million in lost hotel revenue and about $1.5 million in reduced local spending at the retail outlets. So in order to gain $1.9 million for the city, the businesses are going to lose about $3.6 million in revenue. So the net effect is not just a higher tax rate, it becomes a smaller overall economic base. And this slide is the city's current projection, which assumes a 1.3% increase in TOT for the next 5 years. Historically, growth has averaged about 5.7% annually. When you apply historical trends, the city is likely to generate more than $8 million in additional TOT over the 5 years without a tax increase. So the issue may not be the tax rate, it may be the assumptions underlying the forecast and the need to increase taxes to achieve TOT revenue goals. You can see that if we continue on the current trend, we're going to exceed what the TOT is forecasted to be by the city, even with a 2% tax increase, without all of the downside that come with a tax increase. So Carmel's hotel model works. And just to mention something that Andy said about, I can't believe it's been so long since we raised the tax rate. By that rationale, someday we'll be at 100%. You don't have to raise the tax rate to increase your revenues. You need to see improvements and reinvestment. And when Sue McLeod, as Carrie had mentioned, called about the condition of our hotel rooms here in Carmel and the complaints she was getting, we had just come off of a 40% increase in tax, and that led to people cutting their improvement budget, which is typically 4%, and that's exactly how much they lost with a 40% increase in the tax rate. So Carmel's lodging market is already producing really strong revenue growth. Our higher ADRs depend on reinvestment. Higher taxes starve that reinvestment. Higher taxes also lead to lost occupancy and fewer overnight visitors and perhaps even more day trippers. The question is whether a tax increase supports or undermines long-term performance. The data suggests the best path is to continue strengthening performance, not increasing the tax. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Mayor, before the next speaker starts, I wanted to mention that the slides with the alternative ordinance language are on the desk of the city clerk in case anybody would like to see them.
Okay. If you want to get it, go ahead and get up and get it.
Those are the slides that we were handed out.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi, good evening. Bear with me, I'm tired. I'm sure you can all relate. Just to tag along on to what Mark has been saying, the hotels have done an incredible job of outperforming even our own expectations. And a lot of that is the fact that we've been able to reinvest. I'm one of those people who has reinvested multiple times over the last 30 years. I had the gift of selling a hotel to Andy back in the day. So I've been around quite a while. But what I want to say is we need to invest in other sources of revenue in this city. I feel it's unfair and it's not smart to keep coming back to the same sources that are, because they're easy. The hotels have a system in which the TOT is raised. It's easy to come back and just say, well, let's up it. But there are other sources of revenue in this town that could be tapped, and paid parking is one of them. The city of Carmel used Laguna Beach as an example in their case studies of TOT. And in using that same city, they have a paid parking program. And if we plug in our metrics, which is our 2 little parking lots and all of our city street parking, and plug it into the formula that they have used to generate the income numbers that they've generated, we're missing out on $1.3 million of earned revenue from paid parking. And with the suggestion of increasing our TOT by 2%, we're going to be forcing visitors to make choices, and like Mark said, they have choices. And what's going to happen is people are not going to start coming to Carmel-by-the-Sea. They're just going to stop making it their overnight destination. We're going to see an increase in day trippers, and this town has absolutely no way to monetize the day tripper. And we're not marketing to them, but they come anyway. They park on our city streets for free. They bring their coolers with all their meals in them. They utilize our beaches. They utilize our trash cans and our bathrooms. And there is absolutely no way for us to monetize it other than the cars that they bring into this town. So I really hope the city council will have open minds and remain open to looking at other sources of revenue. And that is a really big one that we're missing out on. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam.
Hello again, Mark Stillwell, owner of
Carmel Trademans and Stillwell Hotel. 35 years in the hotel business with Pebble Beach Resorts as their head of real estate and general counsel. 6 years on the Carmel School Board dealing with tax issues and revenue issues. You know, I don't want to be here today. I don't like fighting this city. I've had a great relationship over 35 years. I've got water from the reclamation project for you. I put police communications equipment on the Pebble Beach maintenance yard to improve communication in the northern part of the city. Always work cooperatively. But you're really not leaving me any choice, and the hoteliers, any choice here. I think your decision to possibly increase the TOT is really misguided. I think it's going to backfire. I think it's going to hurt my business and the businesses of other hotel owners here. And I really, really think it's unfair to single out the industry that probably does more, contributes more disproportionately to the city than the hotel business. I mean, 42 hotels, 25% of your revenues. And the only rationale I really get is, hey, Mark, we need the money. And this is unsaid, but we're an easy target, right? Put it on the ballot, let the voters decide. I don't think that's a wise decision long-term. I mean, I did a quick review of TOTs around the state, and the mean is 10.12, and the median is 10%. Now, that varies all over the board, but we're not low. And because of the rates we get, as Mark and Carrie pointed out, we pay far more, I guess, far more per room night than most jurisdictions in the state. And certainly every jurisdiction in Monterey County with higher tax rate, other than unincorporated county. You know, I talked to our county supervisor at length yesterday, and she's not, I asked her, is the county planning a TOT increase? She's not in support of it. She thinks it could potentially kill the golden goose. Now, her colleagues don't necessarily feel that way, but she said if we go down that road, I would start a process. I would not just propose a ballot initiative that would increase this. I would sit down, we'd have a long process, we'd work it through with the hotel industry. We've been reactive to this, not sitting at the table at the beginning talking about it. And it's hard to approach it that way. You know, I said a year and a half ago, I just opened my new hotel when this came up, and I said, give us time and let us show you what we can do by our own efforts. And, well, Mark and Carrie's information is factual. Okay, we're the last 2 years, it's been 10% increases, 10 to 12% increases. And I said last time, my investment in 2.5 years of being closed with no income, I've increased my TOT collections by 4.5%, $160,000 to $712,000 between the first year before we started renovating and then the first full year after renovation. And honestly, we're doing even better this year. Not the same numbers, but it's growing. And there's so much inventory now being renovated, and I have another hotel we're planning on doing it. Decisions like this make me think maybe I should hold off on that, as I said last time. It doesn't give me security to make enormous financial sacrifices and then be rewarded with a 20% tariff increase on overnight visitors, who I think would want to encourage to come here, not stay in PG or Monterey or Marina and drive here, because they're paying 1/3 of the TOT that our guests are paying. I guess the last thing, again, it's the reason I don't want to be here, but I've run a political campaign for Pebble Beach. I've only run one in my life. And I got a 2/3 vote of approval on a land use thing. And taxes are tough. And I hope you don't think, I mean, this is not a threat. This is just protecting my business. There will be a vigorous opposition. I've already thought about it, and I'm good at this, and I don't want to do it. I'd rather sit down and figure out other ways to help the city. But again, we all feel like you're leaving us no choice. This is harmful to our business. It's harmful to the long-term economic, I think, condition of the city. It's harmful to our guests. And I really would urge you not to move forward with this. And I know it's probably a fait accompli, but you got to hear it from the people most affected and the people who I think understand our business the best. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for allowing me to vent.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Excuse me, Nancy Toomey, speaking as a resident. I am, Mark Stillwell stole my line. I'm of the side of don't kill the goose, the goose that lays the golden egg. I believe and have seen from the numbers that they've shared that they've been delivering incremental revenue to us at a rate that goes far beyond what has been budgeted in prior years. And that is real dollars to our coffers that we desperately need. So I'm all about, how do we make a bigger dent into our deferred maintenance? But I'm very concerned about the risk that would be introduced through an increase in sales tax as is being proposed here tonight. So let's not, let's encourage that reinvestment. Yes, they're a profitable business. They need to continue to be profitable, and we need them to be healthy and serving our visitor and overnight visitors in the way that people expect. So please count me in as a resident not in favor of the increase in TOT at this time. It can continue to be monitored. Does that increase in percent of dollars that they're contributing to our city really continue to demonstrate its upward curve and at an accelerated rate? And at a later time, we could reconsider it, but I'm not a proponent of it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Maria, Kevin, were you going to talk? Oh, okay. Looks like we're done. Christie's. Oops.
Christy, go ahead.
Christy.
Hi, Christy Ramers again. I can understand the concern of the hotel owners increasing their hotel taxes. They want to remain competitive in the area. As a retail store business owner, I would be worried about increasing sales taxes. But I wonder if the hotels would be willing to reduce their self-inflicted advertising fee to 1% from 2%, thereby reducing the overall fees to the hotel guest. As a business owner, we are inundated with tourism. Our visitors come here to experience the charm of Carmel, and yet they feel overwhelmed. I regularly hear things like, "Is it always this busy?" This weekend, I heard continuous complaints, including from a family from San Francisco. I can see underneath it all that there's a quaint town, but it feels like it's being infiltrated with chain stores and too many people. And another female visitor who comes here annually from Mill Valley. Wow, I haven't been here in a few years. I see many more empty storefronts, and the amount of people has taken over the relaxing feel that I have come here for. These comments should give us pause, especially when it comes to our advertising. Ordinance 96 is in place to preserve our downtown as a resident-serving community. Please reread the framed document behind you all. Anyhow, wondering if we can have a win-win. We can get the extra income with the 2% increase. We can all get the benefit of a breather on the advertising with the reduction to 1% that the hotels pay to visit Carmel. I think more people will want to visit us if we have less crowds and more visitor quality experience. I support the TOT increase with the idea that the hotels could meet the city halfway by reducing their 2% advertising fees by 1%. I visit family in rural areas in Europe, and there isn't one person who doesn't know where Carmel is. We don't need so much advertising. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, Christy. Thanks for being here for both of the issues. All right, looks like we don't have any more. We'll bring it back for discussion. Go ahead, Jeff.
So I have a microphone. So sorry. I have a question for Nova. On the election timeline, I want to make sure the June 2nd, so to Brian's comments earlier, June 2nd is one resolution, so I'm not particularly interested in consolidating the resolutions and having you do that extra work. But the July 7th resolution is where the text gets sent to. So if we went from 2% to 1% or 1.5%, or as Andy Carr suggests, 4%, that number is, just kidding. That number is fixed on July 7th when we send the text of the ballot measure to the registrar. That happens on the July 7th date.
I suggest we put the election timeline slide up if we're going to be talking about
Okay.
dates. It'll make it easier, so that was in the PowerPoint.
Yeah, let me get.
Yeah, we were.
To answer your question, so usually it's June during an election year that we call for the election, which is the election of the mayor for a 2-year term and then 2 council members for 4-year terms. So we're gonna do that anyways. So we already have that draft resolution pretty much done, ready to go. If you wanted to do a second separate resolution about the ballot measure, you could do that at the same meeting date because you would adopt one first and the other second. And then I would send both of those to the county registrar of voters, and they would understand that we want to consolidate the election, do the election of the mayor to council, and then also a ballot measure.
Okay, so can you put the presentation up? So the June 2nd date is the date where we adopt the resolution calling for the mayor and 2 council members election. And then and so when you were talking about 2 resolutions, you were talking about the elected representative resolution and the possible TOT increase resolution. You weren't, so the TOT increase is done with one resolution. It's not a 2-step process, correct?
That's right, but you would need.
We have to do it by July 7th, but we should do it by June 2nd.
You could, either date, and the first resolution you'd have to adopt would be the one calling for the election, the one that Nova said she's drafted. And then once that's done, then the second resolution, which could be the same night, would be the ballot measure.
Okay, so it's that resolution that specifies the rate. It's that second resolution that specifies the rate, 2%.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about. So we don't need to have the 2% ironed out until we get to either that night or maybe a couple of days before that night or a month before that night or whatever it is.
Well, we'd
You
probably
could
want
also do it in July.
Yeah, we'd probably want to get direction in time to bring it.
Do it in July.
To you in July. So presumably you'd have, if you wanted to have further conversation about this, you could do it in May or June. Give direction as to what, if anything, you want to do in terms of a ballot measure so that it could be drafted and posted before July 7th.
And then, refresh my memory, when we did the sales tax increase, when do the 200 words that we have to write that go in the ballot book, that has to also be done on July 7th, or we have a couple of days after that to do it?
I think Nova may know the answer to that.
That,
Yeah, I think we saw
that sounds
it.
like the ballot arguments. Yeah, that's in middle of August.
Oh, okay, yep, sorry.
It's good.
Okay, and then rebuttals are done, also, seizures, fines, okay, thank you. It's a good thing you're sitting next door. Election day is when? November 3rd, okay. So I have another comment. I had a conversation with Brian about the definition. So I've been outspoken, in addition to the TOT issue, outspoken about the inclusion of resort fees in the definition of TOT. And our current municipal code defines this in 3.32.010. And there's language in the there's language in the in both the red line, in sort of the resolutions that are in the packet, and in, well, not in this presentation, but in the presentation last month, about changing the definition of rent to include resort fees. And I had a conversation with Brian, and I am now satisfied that we could, in fact, be charging rent. Like, I'm satisfied that our current definition of rent, as is in the municipal code, that's the basis for the TOT, includes resort fees. So we do not charge that, we do not bill, or however it is, the hotels for that amount now, but I'm satisfied that we already have the authority to do that. So I would be in favor of removing that language from the election, from the ballot, from the proposed ballot language, because I think that, Brian brought out this alternative language to clarify, to sort of clean up and clarify what the election, what the changes to the municipal code are. And I think that we can drop the red line too, and it would make the language that's in the ballot book even easier for people to understand.
Could I suggest that we might ask the city clerk to pull up that page so that the council can see what language you're talking about on that sentence?
Yeah, so
it's the red line version, attachment 3, page 1. Of the packet? Yes. It's page 2. These pages are cut off. But.
I have the red line printed.
Well,
but I don't have the.
I think Nova should be able to get to this pretty quick. It's page 1 of the attachment 3. Okay. There we go. So we're talking about 3.32010, and you see a red line there. And so, Jeff, that was what you were referring to?
Yeah, do you know, Nova, which page it is? Well, of the packet it is? You think that's it?
I think it's 229.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
Yeah, it's 229 of the back.
Okay, so it's in the middle of, so for you, for Alessandra and Bob and Hans and Dale, it's in the middle of page 229. It's titled, it's section 1 of the resolution. It's title 3, section 3.32.010 definitions of the, yeah, so here it is. And there's a red line version, thus rent includes, but is not limited to any resort fees. And so I'm satisfied that all those things below are included in consideration charged for occupancy of space. And so we can delete the, I think we should delete this underlined section to make it easier for voters.
Just like makes it more palatable.
Yeah, it's less confusing because it's going to be pretty confusing as it is because of the nature of what's going on.
Makes sense.
It doesn't make sense to me, I'm sorry. I understand what this is saying about what's the tax applies to the rent and that all these things should be included, but is that the current definition?
The current definition is in black. The amended definition, the new definition would be in red.
Okay, so I missed this, and is this, today, are the hoteliers calculating your payment based on including resort fees?
Most don't charge.
Okay.
Well,
that's
but if you
helpful.
did have a pet fee, would you be paying TOT based on that?
No, we don't charge TOT on pet fees, resort fees. The rent is.
If you're going to have somebody speak, they need to go to the
Yeah, okay,
microphone.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
sorry.
late, but you still have to come up.
So rent is part of the room, and so we charge TOT on the room rate. We don't charge TOT on pet fees or a resort fee currently. So rent means the room rate. Now, keep in mind, when this was created, we didn't have resort fees, we didn't have pet fees, we had just room rate way back in the 70s. So this is very old, and so we are not, you're getting TOT from what the room rate is, 10% of the room rate.
So, thanks, Carrie. So I experienced with this in Telluride where we went through this 10 years ago and the hotels were charging $100 per night resort fees. And so we had to plug this hole. So I understand this, but this is also sort of changing the rules a little bit, and right? And adding something to the tax. This seems like an additional tax increase based on as compared to the current definition. Is that true?
Did you want me to answer that?
You're supposing taking it out.
My proposal is that the black words, so my definition, my interpretation differs from Carrie's. And I believe that we already have the power to tax resort fees if we choose to exercise it. And so my suggestion is that we take out the red line stuff out of the ballot measure.
Are you also suggesting that we start charging TOT on all those things? Sounds like we're not.
I think that's a different question that's beyond the scope of this.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's 10 to 10. We should probably decide if we're going to do this or not.
Yeah. That's a fine detail. Do you want me to open the discussion about whether we want to do TOT or not?
That's why we're here.
I mean, we talked about sales tax last night, and we were going down a path where maybe sales tax instead of this, is what I heard. I took votes. I mean, what I heard, I might be wrong, what I heard was, we don't like the idea of doing two taxes, sales tax and TOT tax. If I got that wrong, I got it wrong.
I wouldn't say that was any unanimous vote.
I didn't say it was unanimous, but that was a discussion point last night.
Let's just have the discussion, I guess.
Yeah.
We've gone
Go
through all the
ahead.
preliminaries.
Yeah. And a lot of people weren't, some of these people might not have been there.
Did you have substantive comments?
On what?
Since you're already talking on the TOT.
My substantive comments on the TOT, I've made my substantive comments on the TOT. I asked the question, now looking back on it, inane questions about the dates. And then I made my comment about, I support the language, the alternative language, because I think it simplifies the measure. And then I would ask that we remove that amended definition of rent, because unlike Ms. Tice, I believe that our definition of rent already includes resort fees, and that, we perhaps should have started charging TOT on resort fees back when the hotel started levying the resort fees. Like, that would have been the best solution. And I think how to catch up on the resort fees is a question for another night, unless Bob wants to do it tonight.
No, I'm okay with it. I'm fine.
I think what he just said is, I'm still pro TOT increase.
Yeah, you're proceeding with the
Okay,
ballot.
all right, we're trying to simplify.
Yeah, as I said, just to reiterate, as I said last month, I'm interested in, finding a balance. Like I said that last month, and I'm still interested in that. But right now, I think we should proceed.
Okay. Hans, you want to go?
Yeah, I'm sort of torn because I had a slide that I was going to try to get some public buy-in on our $10 million thing, but I think the number of people that are watching is probably fallen way off a cliff here. So I don't know. Let's pull it up anyway and just maybe somebody will watch it in the morning. So I'll go quickly, but and Bob and I have been really trying to raise the profile of this problem, but again, because different people can be watching this, and obviously we have the same people every time who are here in the chambers, but I'm going to say it for the virtue of, for the benefit of the people who might be new to this conversation. We have a deferred maintenance backlog of $100 million that we need to address as a city. And, every year we spend $2 or $3 million in capital expenditures on things that are not part of that, don't go towards that deferred maintenance. And so that leaves us with, the balance. We have a CIP budget right now for the next 5 years, which seemed like it was getting a lot of head nods last night. That's about $10 million a year. If you look at that CIP budget over the next 5 years. And so, that means we need to get to $10 million. So the question is, how do you get to $10 million? And we have a policy that we adopted last year where 10% of our revenue goes towards capital expenditures as opposed to operating expenses. So the expected revenue, the projected revenue from our finance director is $3.9 million. So 10% of that, you start off with $4 million from our recurring revenue that goes towards capital expenditures. If we're trying to get to $10 million, obviously that means we need $6 million more. We found some windfall ambulance revenue that I would be a proponent of by policy, putting that towards this capital expenditure that was kind of found money. So as you can see on the screen here, that would get us to about $4.5 million. We still need $5.5 million from somewhere. And this is not just stuff I'm making up. This is the CIP budget for next year and for the next 5 years that we all kind of were nodding our head to last night. So how do we do that? So $5.5 million. So go to the next slide, please, Nova. So one option is to change that 90-10 policy. So take the $40 million of revenue that we get every year and to say, hey, instead of 10% of that going to CapEx, we're going to take a higher percentage of it, maybe even 15%. That's something that we're considering. It's a reallocation. You can kind of think about it as a budget cut because it's basically, it's reducing the amount of money available for operating expenses. So that could have service impacts, et cetera. So, just to be clear, I completely hear what you guys are saying, but I think we're trying to do our part too, right? And by extension, the residents are trying to say, hey, we're trying to be in there as well, making some sacrifices. That's a potential that we're looking at, right? We haven't decided on that by any means, but that's one of the options. If you did that, now all of a sudden you're at $3.5 million. So Nova, go to the next slide. And again, none of us have made any final decisions. It doesn't sound like we need to make any final decision tonight, and we don't have to make a final decision until July. But, if you did a TOT increase, it's another 1.9 million. Now you've got 1.5 million left. It's totally random, but it's just so happens that the amount of quote unquote budget cut or reallocation that residents would be experiencing is literally the exact same as the TOT increase, which I just think is kind of ironic. But in any case, there's other ways to do this, right? You could put the sales tax increase would be $2.5 million, right? So there's different permutations of how to do this. We don't have an estimate on paid parking. We don't really know what that would be. I know there are some people up here that are interested in that. So again, there's a lot of different ways to slice it, but just to step way back, like this is the exercise that we're engaged in. And so we have to decide among those different options. And so, I think that that's just, helpful context. I completely get, the arguments. like I said, I've said it many times, when my parents ran at its smallest, it was a 14-room bed and breakfast. And so, like, at that scale, this is not a corporate enterprise. Like, you really do feel the operating leverage there, the margin there is pretty thin. So, I've literally experienced that myself. The other thing is it is real money here. Mark Stillwell, he talked about he's paying $700,000 in TOT. So a 20% increase, I think it's like about $150,000 a year, right? I mean, it's significant. And if you put a cap rate on that, it's north of $2 million of value. So it's meaningful to people. I think that we get that it's meaningful to people. But again, I wanted to show kind of this because this is the framework that we kind of have to put it in as we think about kind of the greater good. I think there's time still for us to have conversations. We obviously need to have conversations among ourselves. We need to really make sure that we feel like $10 million a year is the right number. I think we're getting closer to that, but I think we need to actually drive that to a conclusion. The other thing I would say is, I was thinking about this recently, like we really are, it sounds obvious, but we really are partners with the hotel owners in this. Like our interests on renovating hotels is completely aligned. Mark mentioned that his TOT contribution to the city on the Stillwell Hotel went from $160,000 to $700,000. I mean, it's a really significant increase. So I'm personally also, irrespective of what we do with the TOT, and I remain, supportive, I'm very interested in how we could work with hotel owners to meaningfully incentivize. How can we be creative with policy to meaningfully incentivize more renovations of hotels? Because, and don't take this the wrong way, I think our hotel stock in Carmel, like in general, I think most people would agree with this. It doesn't align with kind of the brand of Carmel, if you will. I think there's a lot of opportunity there, a lot of low-hanging fruit. And so given that alignment of our interests, how could we work together to create a policy to make that happen? So, I'm pleased that we don't have to finalize this until July, but there's some wood to chop, for us and some discussions to have still, so.
Thanks.
Go ahead. Well said. I have to say that it was a great presentation.
Yes, and thank you for the slides. It's very, very helpful. So as we learned yesterday, when we had our revenue options report, this is one of the most straightforward options that's available for the city to pursue as a general law city. And it almost feels like we would be negligent if we didn't at least try it. And of course, everything is always subject to the will of the voters if they choose to approve it on the ballot. In general, as most of you know, I don't like tax increases, and we have heard the arguments against this from members of the local hospitality industry. And I just wanted to touch on something Hans just brought up, because I would like us to find some sort of a compromise or middle ground with the hotels, because we absolutely do want them to be encouraged to do the renovations to their properties so they can improve their hotels, charge a higher room rate, which ultimately results in a higher TOT for the city. Just a few ideas I had. For one, the city could waive or reduce permit fees for hotel construction upgrades. And another item would be perhaps those hotels that do undergo the renovations. If the TOT is approved, they could be exempt from the 2% increase for a certain number of years, perhaps based on the total dollar amount spent on the improvements that would still be determined. But I think that goes along with Hans's idea to get some sort of a policy to encourage that renovation so they can improve the hotel stock. And then the other item too is there might be a secondary effect, and that is with the increase in the TOT, some of the underperforming hotels might decide that it's time to get out to and sell the hotel keys as part of the AHA program, and those can get converted to affordable housing, which is a relatively easy conversion.
Go ahead, Bob.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think the hoteliers and I have talked a lot, so it's no surprise for me that I'm still a go on putting TOT on the ballot. I'm a businessman. I understand, I don't really understand your business, but I kind of do. I mean, I invest in technology startups, high risk. Sometimes there's a reward, sometimes there's not. And Mark, you said it, taxes stifle reinvestment, taxes stifle a lot of things. And they're unpredictable, and when I go into business, I accept that I'm gonna get taxed and that I don't necessarily know who's gonna tax me what, but that somebody's gonna tax me a lot. And you all are in a business that is subject to tax, whether you call it a target or low fruit. I think it's just an unfortunate leftover from Proposition 13 when all the tools were taken away from local government, that lodging tax was a tool that remains. And therefore, I mean, Hans said it, right now I think we've got 3 tools. We got paid parking, we got lodging tax, and we've got sales tax. We may have a couple more if we became a charter city. That's a tough road, and it's a long road, so we'll see. This isn't just a two-way dance, it's a three-way dance. That Hans is right, our relationship is very much intertwined, and when you say 25% of our revenue comes from your industry, I know 70% of our revenue probably really comes from sort of the visitation industry, because when you include second homeowners who are sort of that, and the property taxes they pay, yeah. But somebody mentioned, Ordinance 96 here. I think we trampled this thing years ago. And the residents of this community, they're just tired. And you guys made a business decision 10 years ago to form the Visit Carmel. And I think you made a brilliant business decision. I think you've executed brilliantly. And really, Mark's numbers show that the investment you guys made in assessing yourself and then in doing a good job of marketing has raised your ADR, and that is one of the factors that has certainly allowed you to reinvest in your businesses to raise the ADR even further, and I see it as a cumulative effect. But a side effect of that decision to increase the marketing, I believe, is it has driven up all visitation. And Mark makes the distinction to me, I'm sorry he's gone, that, well, you only market to put heads in beds. But you do online marketing, and that's really not how it works. I mean, your initial target is someone that wants to spend the night here. But it's digital marketing, so it gets shared and shared and shared and shared. And it's not long before it's in front of everybody in Palo Alto and Concord and Walnut Creek, encouraging them to come to Carmel. And the day tripping it's crazy. But the real thing is, and I've said this before, while your business decision has allowed you to improve your product, and it has directly allowed the city to generate more revenues from that, I'm sorry to tell the truth that our infrastructure has been ignored. And our product doesn't keep up with your product. And we have to reinvest in our product, or the whole thing's gonna fall apart. And it is. And $100 million is a very real number. I don't think it factors in a lot of things like inflation, like soft costs. So it's a bigger number than that. And so what we're looking to do is get this ship on the right track. And that's gonna take the numbers that Hans just went through. So that's my job. Running this business is our job. And we're gonna have to make some tough choices too. And I know those fall on you, and I'm sorry. But that's the tool that I've got. So we're not done yet, but I'm still there. And, I do think we need to get on paid parking seriously to show you some goodwill in that regard, and to take some money out of the pockets of those people as well to help with the problem. Thanks.
Thanks. Also well said. Well, I think everybody here on the dais knows that I'm more of a biz dev guy. I want to grow the pie. I like paid parking, but that's never going to be big enough until we have some parking lots, and that's sort of a dead on arrival here. So I'm not going to push that. I thought there was a lot more positive attitude about sales tax last night, but I must have been wrong. So I'm a proponent of the sales tax because it produces more money than the TOT. And I think we've seen from the hotels, and I think we all met with the hotels. So I'm going to say I met with them because we all did. And I sent Mark what I thought were some pretty sophisticated, somewhat complex ideas related to what I think a couple people have said in terms of getting more commitment from them to make reinvestments so we can see what those numbers are going to be, so we can feel more comfortable with not taxing them. I didn't hear anything back from him, so I'm taking that he didn't want to come and present those. But I'm happy to share those. I mean, it was pretty interesting. And I think it sort of starts down the path. I think, Hans, you may have brought it up, like, you need to prove to us more what you're going to do and how it's going to do before we stop going down this path. I think that can be done. It gets sort of complex, but again, we don't have anybody at the city that thinks that way. And the chamber doesn't really think that way, so it's going to take some work. Maybe not this year, but maybe next year. But I'm more for sales tax and paid parking, and I think that closes this gap as well as raising the TOT, if not more. But I understand what everybody's saying. So I think we still have a majority, easy majority on increasing TOT, if I'm not reading that incorrectly. Wanted a show of hands, I think we've got 4, right? So it's still 4-1, the same as we were last time. All right. What more? I don't have any comments about the language. I thought it was fine. And everybody had good comments. I'll accept your comments.
So would the direction be to come back with a resolution at your meeting in May or June or some later time?
It's not that much, I mean, at this point, you're 9/10 of the way there, right?
Yes.
So there's no harm in, there's no harm in surfacing it next month, is there? So at least that would allow us to continue this discussion that we're having, perhaps on Monday night for, 45 minutes if that's what we need.
Yes.
Could I, before we stop this, could I get a vote on sales tax? Because if we're going to do that, we also need to do the same sort of thing, right?
Not
No, that's not on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda.
No.
Okay.
No.
So we'll put it as a future.
Sales
agenda.
tax is already coming back. We already
Yeah,
decided.
we took direction last, I can give you a
All right,
report
just-
out. We took direction
There's
last
been a
night
lot
to
of stuff the
come,
last
we took
time.
direction from you all last night to come back next month with draft language on sales tax.
So you're good.
Yep.
You're
So
good. Okay,
could-
good.
could-
just
Could I
wanna make
request
sure
that somebody make a motion as to what it is you want to do with the TOT? If just a motion to modify with, if this is your desire, to modify it with the alternative language that you saw in deleting the sentence from that section on the definition, if that's what your desire is, I'd
So
think it'd be helpful.
I'll make a motion to bring back next month, the resolution that we have with the alternative language and delete the change I made suggesting
The definition of rent.
forgetting the change to the definition of rent.
Second.
Can I ask a question before we vote on it?
Yep.
Is there I just want to make sure that however this comes back, TOT, sales tax, that we're able to have a holistic discussion that's not just focused on one of them. Like you can't just, we have to decide how are we going to do all of it, right? So.
Yeah, like I said, I think I said it earlier, my intention under my authority as city administrator is when we come back with ballot measures is to engage somebody to help us with the questions we talked about yesterday about what does two ballot measures look like on a ballot for the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. We don't have anybody on our staff with that sort of like technical expertise. And so we're going to speaking to somebody, speaking to somebody like Civitas, like we saw last night, who has an expertise in that area. So we can do that. I already planned on doing something like that. So I'm hearing that from you as well.
But Hans, are you also asking about the budgetary discussion?
Yeah, I'm kind of, there's a few things that are sort of, floating around right now. So one is just firming up, is it $10 million a year that we're going for? I honestly, logically, that feels like that's where you start. You say, okay, how much money do we need? And then I would just want to be able to, however it's agendized, to be able to have a discussion about, like you said, there's basically 4 levers we can pull: paid parking, TOT, sales tax, and reallocating something different from 90-10. So I'm interested in finding a way to have that discussion in sort of a holistic, logical way, as opposed to like these one-off conversations about individual levers.
I agree.
Sounds like part of the budget conversation.
Yeah, in May, so in May, we'll be bringing you your draft budget, and I think that would be a really appropriate time to do that all as one item.
Okay.
Great.
Yep.
I agree.
Yeah, no, great
All right,
question.
I think you got 5.
So there was a motion, and I heard a second.
Second.
Did y'all vote on it yet?
Yeah, Dell's second.
Right, has there been a vote?
Okay.
No.
No,
All
roll
right.
call.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Booter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeremaal?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
I have a future agenda item if we're there now.
So do I.
All right,
So do I.
you taking notes?
One, two.
You taking notes?
I'll take notes.
Go ahead. Alessandra, you go
All right.
first.
Thank you, Mayor.
2 o'clock.
Probably a party there.
There are people leaving. I just want to thank everybody for being here if you're stepping out. Appreciate it.
So I wanted to request that we bring in an expert to discuss municipal bonds for financing the Police Department Public Works project. And I'd recommend doing it ASAP, as looking away that the funds would come from the city's general fund and not from GO bonds and property taxes. And it would be similar to what we did for the Sunset Center. And I was hoping that we could get that education from an expert prior to, or maybe coinciding with the decision with the architect, which I know is coming in June. So I know that means basically we have to do it in May. Maybe we can also do that with the budget when we do have our budget day on the 12th.
I can work with the mayor and the mayor pro tem on that.
Okay.
I can't promise May, it's so busy, but I understand what you're asking for.
Exactly.
Yeah, like a bond council to come and talk to, yes, I understand. Thank
Got
you.
it.
Jeff?
Yeah, so one of the things that's close to my heart is following up and following through on the decisions that the council made on the Mills Act and terminating the Mills Act contracts. And as Brandon can tell you, I talk to Brandon about this, or I talk about it every week. And Brandon's been unable to find the capacity to do that. And I would like to resurface that at the council meeting.
Okay, I hadn't heard that, so that's news to me. Sorry if we haven't.
It's significant money and I would like to deal with it.
Okay.
Are we,
Go ahead.
are we still gonna have our closed session?
That's a good question.
I think that we're not done with.
Okay.
No, we're still future.
My item is, so the Wildfire Preparedness Committee, we've been spending the past 2 or 3 months kind of putting together a list of home hardening and defensible space topics where the city needs to take a look at modifying its policies, with an eye towards balancing fire safety and community character. But specifically, we divided the list into kind of 2 buckets, process-wise. One is a list that we think could be for an urgency ordinance. And then a second is a separate list that we would try to send through the design traditions process. Obviously allows for good community input, it's already going on. But the future agenda item is for us to consider an urgency ordinance on some of these topics. And, some of them that were discussed was allowing gravel in zone 0, where it would be exempted from site coverage requirements. There are some considerations about tempered double pane windows. Actually, the suggestion would be to require them for all new windows, and currently they're only required within proximity to doors and bathrooms. And then ember-resistant vents, requiring them on all new construction and remodels anywhere in the city. Currently, they're only required in WUI and fire hazard severity zones. So, the request is to consider an urgency ordinance on those items.
Steel fences, maybe?
We thought that one was best dealt with through design traditions because it involves a complicated discussion about materials.
I think council members, I might offer, I think if the future agenda items just talk about materials with respect to an urgency ordinance, that would be the item. Let's not hash out
I got
whether
it.
it's a
I
fence
agree.
or.
I agree. I just thought I threw that in there.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. We'll talk about it. I don't even know if this is proper to ask, because I'm still learning city government a little bit. But I've had a number of questions about how we hire people, hiring practices or policies. And I don't know if that's something we can do in public meetings or how that happens. But
We can bring you a presentation on how
Okay,
recruitments work at the city.
okay.
That's certainly something
I'm
we can do.
getting questions on it.
Sure, yeah, we can do
Partly
that for the
because
public.
we've had a hard time in certain positions. and
Absolutely.
They're questioning it.
We can talk about the challenges in government.
Okay,
Yeah, absolutely.
okay. Maybe a report out if nothing else. Okay, you're good? Anybody from the public have an item? Nope, okay. All right, I guess we can just end the public meeting, right? And then we'll discuss what we're gonna do. Go into closed session.
We probably can't have, we should just continue.
You have to take public comment. I'm willing to
So-
put myself on the chopping block. Like, I'm totally fine with you guys pushing my evaluation items to another meeting.
I think we should,
That's fine with me.
We're
my
talking-
motion would be to push this
But
into next month.
can I say something, sir? Can I, before you do, I was gonna say, I'm willing to put my stuff on the chopping block, but Marissa actually needs a little bit of direction from you all as she is about to enter into negotiations with our bargaining partners.
So we need to do the Liona one.
I would appreciate if you could spare a few minutes
Okay,
for
can
that,
I
but
have 1 minute? I need 1 minute as.
Public,
I
in
really-
public
but
or?
I'll sacrifice my time for that to happen,
In public,
please.
or you want me to do it
No,
in
I
the
need
meeting?
to, I need to talk to
Okay.
Kevin on my design traditions committee before he leaves.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for
I need
being
1
here.
minute.
We're gonna end the public session and go into closed session.
Yeah, sir, you have to take public comment on the closed
Do
session.
you
Did
have
you
any-
want-
do you have any public comment on, it was the,
Well, I should announce it first before we ask about.
go ahead, that's your job.
Yeah, that's right. So there's 3 closed sessions on the agenda tonight. We're only going to do the last one, and that is